Don we now our gay apparel. La 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 la. Troll the ancient Yuletide carol. La 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 la. See the blazing Yule before us. La 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 la
Let me know when we're live and I'll pause.
I was gearing up for my big intro, and then Casey goes,
Sorry.
"Let me know when we're live."
Cheers.
Let all the wind like. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to Risky Quizmas, the internet movie film trivia quiz that can't quite look its cousin in the eye after what happened last time. I am joined by Duncan Casey. Hi, Duncan.
Hi, happy Christmas.
Actor of stage and screen and wearer of tactical turtlenecks. And Stephen McCullough of a vastly more popular YouTube-style channel. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you. Hello.
Welcome. It's good to have you. Now, I know you're both aware of the format. We have a lot of varied rounds this evening for Risky Quiz. There's 89 people in the room. Thank you very much.
Hey.
I've introduced some new ideas. I've brought back some old favourites, things that you love. We're going to do all kinds of interesting rounds. Some of it's probably going to get us sued by Channel 4. We're not sure. I'm already worried about my choice of aesthetic, but that is what that is. If you've never seen this before, it's what I said it was. It's an internet movie film trivia quiz. Duncan Casey is an actor from films and things, aren't you?
Yes, when I'm allowed to be.
And Stephen McCullough is a YouTube man.
Yes, I am. I'm also a
He's over
pathetic
there.
man-child person that plays with toys and doesn't have much of a life. So, hi, everyone. Feel better about your own lives.
Which means you'll fit in perfectly around
Hey!
here. It's going to be good. So, before we get started, what are you drinking, Duncan?
I'm drinking a vodka martini. It is a certainly stirred and not shaken, for that is not how to make a proper martini, with 3 olives, a dash of Angostura bitters, and it is wet. In other words, it has more vermouth in it. So there you go. Cheers.
A trio of olives. Stephen, what are you drinking?
Well, I have the Rona.
Hey!
a
Gotta give it
a
up for
very
the touch
apt
of
drink
his
for the
kind.
absolute piss water of a year that 2020 has been.
The piss water. Well, I have a Birra Moretti glass that Omar bought me, and it contains White Russian, and I'm going to be drinking pints of White Russian, and that will be
Pints.
how that continues. Pints of White Russian, yeah. It's the best quantity of White Russian, I believe.
That's how they sell it, I think, in Russia.
They just
Yeah,
say-
by the pint.
if you never had it off the tap in a pub?
In Russia, that's what happens. You want a pint of white here, and then
White
that's-
here.
White here,
white
a pint of
us.
white here comes from a tap.
Yeah.
Just tepid milk,
Indeed.
and it's connected to a cow in the garden. Right.
A drunk.
Here's how it's going to work. I've invented a new scoring system, thus to keep you all availed of the score. Help us all keep track. I do have my borrow, but I am drinking, and I noticed on the last quiz I missed a point. So ha ha ha. What I've done, the new system I've created in order to circumvent this, is I've asked you both to have a receptacle. Can we see your receptacles?
Oh, shit, I made things fall over. There you
Look at that receptacle. What a delightful receptacle. Could you take the retail packaging that I provided to you in the post and show that to the boys and girls at home? Duncan, would you care to describe the article in your hand?
These are epic, giant American-style toast-in marshmallows.
Excellent. Now, the thing is, what happened today, I had a grocery order. And when I was looking for these for you, because I sent them to their respective addresses, I forgot to remove some from the basket, and I got some sent to my house for no reason today. So I've got some too. Every time you score a point, you must put your marshmallow in the receptacle. Are we clear?
Yes, very good. I'll open my...
Very good.
I
Very good. So
probably-
please open the retail packaging. We're going to call your receptacle your points barrel.
Battle.
So when you score, they are. That's actually bigger than what I saw described on the internet, which is going to make what I have planned very interesting. That's going to make what I've planned very interesting. But that's fine. That's fine. So every time you score a point, you place a marshmallow. Ladies and gentlemen at home, there's an element of audience interaction. You can play along, of course. That's more than welcome. But I will be giving the answer with each question. It's that kind of quiz. There are a couple of rounds where I'm going to ask you to vote. And there's a website called strawpoll.com, and I'm going to put up a link to Straw Poll, and we're going to watch the results live as we vote for the outcome of certain rounds.
Very
It's going to
cool.
be fun. We're going to have a good time.
Look at this.
if that works, which it might not. Now, Duncan and Stephen, during quizzing sections, you must not look at the chat. That is verboten, as they'd say, auf Deutschland.
Right.
Because they could give answers in the chat. There's a bit of delay, but during quiz time, it's an honour system, but during quiz time, you must not look at the chat. That's all I need you to know. So, guys, we're going to go in. This is our first round, a trivia Newton-John. A trivia Newton-John.
Look at all me bloody trivia.
Now, a trivia Newton-John is very simple. Duncan Casey, you will be faced with 5 movie film trivia quiz questions. There are no challenges. They're purely for you. 1 point per correct answer. When you've completed your 5, we will switch over to Saxon, who will do his 5. Are we clear?
We are.
Jolly good. Let's go with a trivia Newton-John. Question 1. Just go over to my PowerPoint that I forgot about.
Oh, he loves a spreadsheet, doesn't he?
I do love it. Spreadsheet and a PowerPoint.
Yeah.
What is Al Pacino's full first name? Al Pacino's full first name.
Alfredo.
It is Alfredo. 1 point to Casey. We're starting slow. We're starting easy. It's movie film trivia quiz show.
Oh,
it's just easy.
come
It's
on
fun.
now.
There we go. Which film director produced the original Medal of Honor on PlayStation 1?
Oh. Darn it. Spielberg? No, that's wrong.
Yes. Steven Spielberg,
Right.
under his DreamWorks banner, produced Medal of
Started
Honor.
trying to watch
That's
The
excellent.
Pacific last night. That's why it sprung to mind.
Oh, I see. Very good. Well, 2 points. This is going way better than
Or I
last
need
time
to put
for you.
marshmallows in my barrel.
We'll see. We'll see. Someone in the chat is saying, what does that have to do with Olivia Newton-John? I think it's self-evident. Question 3 for Duncan Casey. How long is a rel? R-E-L. How long is a rel?
Is that an acronym? Can I ask it?
No, I'll help you along. It's a fictional unit of measuring time that Stephen McCullough knows.
No, I don't.
Is this some
Yes,
fucking
it
Doctor Who thing? Is it 12 centuries and a moon?
That was deliberately designed for you to not get. It's 1.2 seconds in Dalek time.
Right.
In Dalek time.
Right.
There's a Dalek. Choreography for the Jim Henson classic Labyrinth was arranged by which Star Trek The Next Generation cast member? Choreography for Jim Henson classic Labyrinth was arranged by which Star Trek The Next Generation cast member?
Oh, was it the lady?
Good. Yeah, that narrows it down.
I've got all I can think of is Uhura, but that's not Next Generation, is it?
No.
Or the Wolfman.
The Wolfman.
Who
Is your final answer the Wolfman?
who I believe on a full moon his forehead would turn into some sort of predator
Yes.
scrotum.
Abbott and Costello meet the Wolfman.
Yeah.
Was the famous one. No, it was
Sorry.
Cheryl Gates McFadden. Arranged
Who
the
played who
choreography
in Star
for-
Trek?
Dr. Beverly Crusher.
That's the woman, right?
There are you'll be surprised to learn there are multiple women in Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Stick half a marshmallow into your barrel.
Into your barrel.
So am I supposed-
Right. It was a woman.
I think identifying the outward gender of a cast member is not a correct answer. I mean, as much as I would love to,
No.
but that I'm afraid not. Plus, he would have to shear his marshmallow. Okay, final trivia Newton-John question for Duncan Casey. Leonard Nimoy pitched Gene Roddenberry a spin-off of Star Trek in which his character leaves Starfleet after developing incurable priapism and starts a coffee shop in San Francisco. What was it called?
Oh. Something along the lines of Starbucks, isn't it? Star. I don't know. Or probably.
No, I'm sorry. The true thing which is real was called Hard Spock Cafe.
Right. Okay. Very good.
It's a joke about erect penises. And after Duncan Casey's 5 trivia Newton-John questions, he has 2 points.
2 points.
Which is pretty good. Strung out the gate with 2 points. 2 points. Stephen McCullough, are you ready for your 5 trivia Newton-John questions?
I'll bring it on.
He's ready, isn't he? Okay, great. Which 4 actors link the Bond franchise and the Titanic dramatization A Night to Remember from 1951? Which 4 actors link the Bond franchise and the Titanic dramatization A Night to Remember?
Oh, Jesus. Guy that played M, Bernard Lee.
Is that your final answer? Which 4 actors?
Bernard and Lee.
Bernard Lee.
Four
Talent of like.
Burn and Lee twice. Okay, I'm gonna Paxman you. Come on, hurry.
Right. Bernard Lee,
Okay,
Lois Maxwell, and one of the chairs in M's office.
It's a valiant effort because this is bananas, and this is one of the few real things in this quiz. By astonishing coincidence, 4 members of the cast of 1958 Tonight to Remember, Peter Burton, Desmond Llewellyn, Jeffrey Belden, and Alec McCowan, all went on to play Q in different versions of the Bond movies.
Oh shit! Right, okay, so that's a quarter of a point.
Well, no, because you didn't name any of them.
I did.
But that's
This is
fine.
Desmond Llewellyn.
Oh, you did? Okay, well, you're not putting a quarter of a fucking marshmallow in your
Son
barrel.
of a bitch! This is right.
Moving on.
I didn't get half
moving
one for
on.
the woman.
That's true. The woman. How many sets of twins are in Terminator 2 Judgment Day?
Oh Jesus!
How many sets of twins are in Terminator 2 Judgment Day?
2.
Yes. And I didn't ask you to name them, I just asked how many. There are 2. Would you like to take a swing?
Yes, Linda Hamilton and her twin sister, and then the 2 big guys with the mark.
Ah! Yeah, very good. Okay, by the way, Duncan, did you put marshmallows in your barrel before?
I did. I have 2, right?
You did, excellent. So pop a marshmallow in your
Is
barrel.
that a point?
That's a point for you, Mr. McCullough. Don and Dan Stanton are the ones you're looking for. They're also in Gremlins 2.
That's right.
And Linda... And the late Leslie Hamilton Green are recently passed
no
away.
Are you joking? No way.
Yeah, no, very
That's-
sad. Okay, we'll carry on a more upbeat note. Let's not be so deathy. The largely forgotten 1951 Gary Cooper Western, Distant Drums, is best known as the progenitor of which sound effect?
The Wilhelm scream.
It is the Wilhelm scream. Very good. Take yourself a point. 2 all neck and neck. Or as they say in Germany, neck and neck, probably. Your next, a trivia Newton-John question. F. Murray Abraham was forced by the Screen Actors Guild rules to use his first initial rather than his given Christian name. Why? F. Murray Abraham was forced by the Screen Actors Guild to use his first initial rather than his given Christian name. Why?
Because his first name was Fuck.
SAG rules restrict the use of profanity on screen credits, and Abraham's first name is Fuck. 1 point to Stephen McCullough.
What? This is rigged. You two.
Yeah, it's true. Fuck Murray Abraham is his full name. Fuck Murray Abraham is his full name. Put it in your barrel. Jolly good. So that's that's 3 points to McCullough. What links 1993 Super Mario Brothers the movie to the classic Ronnie Barker sitcom Porridge?
Oh Jesus!
What links 1993 Super Mario Brothers movie to the classic sitcom Porridge? This was discussed on the last stream in a kind of sideways fashion.
Oh, gee, I think I was too drunk at that point to remember. They both used the 4 candles joke.
It's kind close, but no.
Okay.
The first draft of the film was written, and the 4 candles joke is from the two.
That's true, Ronnie.
The first draft of the film was written by sitcom writers Dick Clement and Ian LaFrenne, who also wrote The Likely Lads, Love, Joy, and Auf Wiedersehen Pet. They also contributed extensive uncredited rewrites to the off-brand Bond film Never Say Never Again. Right, well, that's the end of the first round. We have had 10 questions. We have had 10 answers, 5 of which have been correct, 2 of which were by Duncan, 3 of which were by Steve.
Yeah!
There are now 5 oversized marshmallows in barrels. How exciting. Now, the next round involves a kind of practical task that we've kind of designated out, and that is called Legally Safe Taskmaster.
Hey, have you seen Taskmaster on Channel 4? It's really good, isn't it? We've been advised to say that this is nothing like that at all. Thanks.
Okay, so Legally Safe Taskmaster, as the ident just described, is nothing like the popular Dave/Channel 4 show Taskmaster, so I'm glad we got that out of the way. And if you haven't seen it, don't worry about it. Probably don't even look it up. I wouldn't if I were you. So, around best part of a week ago, I asked both Stephen and Duncan. Their challenge was to draw, using biro or pencil, the most flattering picture of me. I've had both their answers. You're both allowed to look at the screen now because you'll see each other's things. So you're welcome to look at the chat and the screen because we're into a less kind of knowledgey round.
Right.
So I'm going to go in with Stephen's picture of me.
Oh, you've got a
first.
picture of F. Murray Abraham.
Oh yeah, he's there for the time being. He just needs to go into a logo. We're going full screen.
Or
This isn't on the PowerPoint.
fuck Murray Abraham.
Fuck Murray Abraham, and I forgot my porridge picture. Right, so this is going to go overlaid on the stream, so you're going to have to look on YouTube, guys, to see it.
Okay.
So this is Stephen's flattering picture of me. Now, would you like to talk me through your process before I criticise? Criticise in
Hang
in
on,
the broad sense, not in a
the
kind
stream's
of...
a wee bit behind. Is this my one?
No, but this is your picture. You're familiar with your picture.
Yes,
right?
I'm familiar with my image.
Oh, look
You're
at
familiar
that.
with your picture.
Now,
Yeah.
this
Yeah, so it's up.
work of art that you see before you was designed in about 10 minutes. It's based.
You were quick. I must say, like,
It's-
I'm not sure I said to Duncan, but I requested this, and you were like a bullet out of a gun. I was just sat there, and it came in.
It's not the first
again,
time
so-
I've been accused of being that fast. Yeah, it's
Hey.
very Simpson-esque because it's the only art style that I know. It's not really very interesting, but I decided to put you in a Val Verde Broadcasting merchandise T-shirt available now from Redbubble, and also you're holding a bottle of what could be considered to be alcohol, and holding a gun because you are El Presidente of Val Verde itself. So there you go.
That, I mean, yes, yeah, I'll throw in behind that. I worry, and it is good. It is good. I worry that I'll say this much: you've captured my chinlessness, like perfectly. I mean, that is absolutely. That's what the beard hides.
It's one hell
That's
of
a
an
fact.
overbite, I'll give you that.
Honesty is flattering in its own way, right? Honesty is flattering in its own way, so I get that. So okay, fine. We're going to go with Duncan's.
Yeah.
Duncan's took considerably longer.
Oh, we can see this masterpiece.
I will just you'll notice, ladies and gentlemen, that there is a perfect black rectangle over one area of this piece of work.
Oh, gee.
Because I think YouTube's algorithms would consider it obscene. So let me just pop that up there. Oh no, I fucked up. That's the wrong one. I just dropped the one for later. Whoops, I spoiled that round. Okay, good. Don't look at the stream, Stephen. Don't look at the stream.
Not looking. I'll cover it up.
Okay, here it is.
Okay.
Here is Duncan's picture of me. Now, I mean, obviously I like it. I like it a lot. Just to be clear, there was a really large penis with what did concern me, ladies and gentlemen, you'll see where the kilt ends, the penis began, but also the pubes. Which kind of suggested that my waist started halfway down my shins.
No.
It was a big knob. You've gone for the six-pack is very detailed. I look quite angry. Hold on. I can kind of simulate. I can replicate the cover stance. Hold on.
Nice.
You see, like, yeah, I look quite angry. Definitely. It's flattering. Like, I think that's what...
Well,
I mean, there's a lot of drawing skill in that. And I'm going to put them both up. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to pop a link into the chat.
may I explain the?
I want you to, yes. I'm going to let the ladies and gentlemen vote whilst you talk.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Right.
So so please.
Well, obviously, what's interesting is that both Stephen's and my sketches were similarly Simpsons inspired. For some reason, what popped into my head as soon as you said do that was Groundskeeper Willie ripping his shirt off, but in a kilt. Because you wore a kilt to my wedding. I suppose.
Yes, I did. I wore a picture wedding. Yes, I did. I thought about wearing one tonight, but then I thought doing so, having seen this, would be suggestive.
Right. And then I thought,
So I didn't.
flattery, obviously, how do you flatter a human man? You give him a giant penis. So obviously, I gave you
Yes.
some danglies down to your knees.
Some danglies. Yeah.
And well, the pubes are that's just your sheer virulence that they've grown so far. You shaved them that morning, but of course they found their way out.
They are. I mean, they look like dreadlocks.
It's
It's kind of.
shot as the hedge trimmer that he has to use.
Well,
Right. Yeah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you look at the bottom right of the stream, you'll see the live poll, which is refreshing. At the present time, Duncan is winning by 87.88%.
Shocker.
Votes are still coming in. Stephen, it was good, but I was not expecting Duncan's level of quality and effort.
Yeah. Neither was I, but it is ultimately pointless, as that is legit the best that I can do. So I tip my hat to you, sir.
No.
It was wonderful. Wonderful displays from both, I think. So the way this is going to work, I'm awarding 2 points and the audience awarding 2 points. I'm afraid, Saxon going to give my 2 points to Duncan.
That's fair. I can see that.
I don't think the audience are going to give you 2 points either. So it's 2 points from the audience too. They're still doing their thing. So Duncan, if you put 2 marshmallows in your bowl, that takes you up to 4 points. I think I'm going to call it on the poll. Stephen, you do have 5 votes, mate. 36 in for Duncan.
Thank you so much
I can't
for your pity votes, everyone.
No, yours was much more artistically and certainly proportionately more accurate. So,
well, thank you.
Are you saying something about my penis, Duncan? Is that what you're saying? Is that what's being said? Benny Legend has asked for the link. I've reposted it, but Benny, I'm not sure you're going to turn the tide here, mate.
I want to vote for Duncan. That's what it is.
Well, there's another 2. That's
victory.
That was 4 points for Duncan. So can you put another 2 marshmallows in your bowl, please, Duncan?
Oh, I lost that one hard.
We're calling that for Casey. Well, that was the first of our legally safe Taskmasters. We're moving on now. There will be another legally safe Taskmaster later, which I kind of accidentally spoiled up in the right.
I too am moving on to whiskey.
Oh, jolly good. I did actually bring along this bottle of Maker's Mark. I got a discount in case I changed my mind about the
Waitrose, 20 quid in Waitrose.
I can't even lift the fucking thing. I legit have an entire crate of Corona to get through.
Hey!
So, this is going to be a fun evening.
Well, we're moving on to our next round, a returning round, a Whiskey Quizmas staple. This, everyone, is True Lie.
Hey, yo, Adrian. It's me, Arnold Schwarzenegger, or whatever. This round is named after my hit film, True Lies. Get inside the helicopter.
Don't blame me.
True Lies, ladies and gentlemen, explores the binary between fact and fiction. The line between truth and lies is very simple. Is it true? Or the false? True or the false? The layup's the same as the last round. There are 5 questions each for both of my beautiful sons. They can't interrupt, they can't interject, they get given their 5, and then we move on and do another 5. A picture of the scarily faced Tommy Lee Jones has already popped up in the corner, giving you a hint of what's coming up for question the first. Duncan Case, are you ready for your 5 True Lies questions?
Let's do it. Yeah.
Let's do it. All right. And true or the false? True or the false? Tommy Lee Jones once made an interviewer from GQ cry. He made harsh criticisms of each of her questions and corrected her grammar, all while cracking walnuts with his bare hands.
True. It has to be true.
This is true, yes. Marshmallow in your bowl, please, mate. According to a 2011 article by Johanna Schneller of theglobeandmail.com, Jones did indeed refuse to sanction the buffoonery of an unnamed GQ journalist. So it's 1 point to Casey, taking him up to an impressive
7.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've neglected how tallies actually work. That's stupid.
Tally me marshmallow.
Tally me marshmallow. Let me just get my slide up there. Come on, behave. Dodi Al Fayed, the late boyfriend of Princess Diana, produced FX: The Art of Illusion.
True, I believe.
That is true. He also produced Hook and Chariots of Fire. 1 more point to Casey. Marshmallow in your bowl, please, Duncan. Great. Owing to an act of Parliament, newsagents and stationers are banned from selling bulldog clips.
True, I believe.
That's absolutely true. Yeah. The practice of removing the clips from bulldogs was outlawed in the late 1970s following a successful campaign by the RSPCA. The products now sold must be referred to as bulldog-style clips. Absolutely true. Another point for Duncan, which would take you up to 9.
Yeah.
Very good. Scott Bakula changed his name from Scott Dracula to avoid accusations of nepotism.
False. I don't know. False.
False. His real name is Bram Stoker's Scott Bakula. That takes you up to 10 points. Pop another one in your receptacle, please. Oh, Duncan, your window's gone all weird.
Is it?
Oh, it's back now. How strange. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. True or false? True or false? The monitor lizard faces extinction.
True.
Phenomenal. True. 11. Put one in your bowl.
Wow.
The monitor lizard faces extinction as it only carries a 15-pin VGA input and not the DisplayPort or HDMI interfaces used by more modern graphics cards. So,
Over a long enough time period, everything faces extinction.
do you want me to take a point off?
But I got it right.
You got it right. No, I'm talking to Saxon. I won't have him question me like
You
that.
won't sanction my buffoonery?
I won't sanction your buffoonery. Right, that was good. That was good. You did good, man. You're up to 11 points. That's crazy. That does make the score 11-3, which is Saxon's got some catch.
It can all turn around, mate. Honestly, you could offer some question that's worth 1 billion points.
It's meaningless. Who cares?
I actually must say I haven't gone down the zillion billion points route.
Oh, okay. You're on your own, mate.
Same as always.
Duncan used to really put his back into it and sort of compete, but he's long since given up. I've really worn him down with this shit. Saxon, Stephen, McCullough, my homeboy. Are you ready?
No, but far away.
5 True Lies questions. John Giant Spiders Peters appears in Cecil B. DeMille's The Ten Commandments. True or false?
Probably true.
That is true. He plays a boy on a donkey crossing the Red Sea. Absolutely true. He was a child actor.
He's everywhere.
So absolutely true. So 1 point for Saxon. Pop a marshmallow in your receptacle.
Yes, good point.
True or the falsch? True or the falsch? True or the falsch? The Deutsch binary of true or the falsch. Okay, next question. True or false question? Saxon, you ready?
Far away.
Dunstan checks in.
Oh, fuck me.
True or false? Dunstan checks in.
True.
False. At no point is the titular great ape seen observing proper check and procedure, which typically involves providing a home or business address, contact details, and a credit card pre-authorization.
Fair enough.
Oh no, I missed my Dunstan slide. I'm being rubbish with my slides. I need a slide operator. But, you know, whatever. When the Marx Brothers couldn't get a meeting with MGM producer Irving Thalberg, they snuck into his office, and upon his return, he found them crouching naked in front of his fireplace, roasting potatoes. When the Marx Brothers couldn't get a meeting with MGM producer Irving Thalberg, they snuck into his office, and upon his return, he found them crouching naked in front of his fireplace, roasting potatoes.
Please be true.
True. According to a 2004 Guardian article entitled Sibling Rivalry, the Marx Brothers did indeed strip naked and roast potatoes in the office of Irving Thalberg.
Yes.
Point. Put a marshmallow in your bowl, please, boss. Right. True or the false? True or false? Despite his name, Michael Fassbender is incapable of bending fast.
True.
True. He's estranged from his family who, owing to an ancient mistranslated prophecy, believe him to be the last Fassbender, something he's yet to disprove since he remains childless.
Fair enough.
One more point to you. That's 6 points in total. In case you're wondering what FAS is, that's the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences at Lancaster University. Incapable of bending FAS. True or the false? Richtig or the falsch? Paul Walker was always CGI. Universal were forced to pretend that he'd tragically died when Vin Diesel threatened to link this information to the public.
That is true. That's one of the biggest conspiracies on the internet today.
No. False. However, Paul Walker's true full name was Paul Daywalker, and it was his quasi-vampirism that Diesel threatened to leak.
See, I forgot about the vampirism. Fuck.
I'm afraid not. You got 6 points. You got no more marshmallows in your bowl, my man. What a shame. Such a shame. What a shame. Okay, well, look. We're on to our next round now. Our next round of Legally Safe Taskmaster. Let's throw away to the little ident I made, which I've just realised on the night, like, probably doesn't really... It's a bit unnecessary, but we're going to... Right, so I did briefly spoil this earlier by dragging the wrong image to the top of the sources window in OBS, if you're wondering how to fuck up a stream. I asked a few days ago, just after the pictures, because I basically made most of this up this week, and hello to the 120 people in the room. I hope this isn't a waste of your time. We're having fun. I asked both the gentlemen here to recreate the poster to the classic 1984 James Cameron science fiction noir thriller film, slasher as well, I suppose, The Terminator, using only objects in their homes. Using only objects in their homes. Because I've already thrown Duncan's up, I might as well do it again. So we're going to go with Duncan's one. I've got to say, both of you guys, these are like legitimately phenomenal. Like, I really love these. They're fucking brilliant. So you'll catch up in the stream. So Duncan, would you would you I think it's safe to not dox anything, but the best thing about Duncan's one is that I could see his wife reflected in his glasses.
Yeah.
Which I'm just like, yeah, it's sort of, you can't see her face terribly clearly. It doesn't make her out, but I can definitely detect the sense of resignation. So this is phenomenal. Like, talk us through this, please.
Well, so this, okay, so my first instinct was I do have a very old, broken, non-working, I think it's here somewhere actually, my Colt. It's not a long slide, but it is longer than a Colt 45. Hang on, it's over here.
Hold on, you're not on stream. Your work is on stream at the moment.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, okay. Well,
but we'll get there, because I quite like the. That's one of the things that's like, I was like, motherfucker, is he armed?
I'll show it to you after. Anyway, this is very long. It's totally decommissioned, doesn't work, wouldn't fire anything, but it's just a BB gun. But I've had it around since I was a teenager. Anyway, so, and then obviously it's just my leather jacket that I stuck on. I've got some fingerless gym gloves, which I figure would match it. Yes. And then for the laser sight, I wrote turbo laser sight with a C or whatever.
With a C
underneath.
Very important.
And sellotape to toilet roll to it. And I did, although the frame is somewhat obscuring it, I did leave a slight ribbon of unused, but nevertheless toilet paper.
You can just about see the piece of shit.
Yes, and then obviously I wanted to replicate the background. But we don't actually have a dark or black wall in our house, so I got a bin liner and sellotaped it to the wall, and then that used red electrician's tape for the red lines. So there you go. I ran out of time.
Pretty magic.
Also, I ran out of time. I had intended to write something on the glasses, but Ray-Ban will have to suffice because I did not.
This speaks to the this speaks to the desperation of adults in a pandemic lockdown, doesn't it?
Indeed.
But I love this. This was an absolute delight to get on my phone. This is an absolute treat. This was the one where Duncan got in quick with this, Saxon, and you were a bit slower. So I'm going to put Stephen's up. I got Stephen. When did you take your picture? Because I got that just before the quiz.
Legitimately, I took it tonight because I forgot all about it.
Yeah, so yours is on screen as well.
It was one of those
I've got to say,
it was like I thought I'd done it and sent it already until you messaged me this afternoon, and I was like, oh god, I forgot.
And Stephen was at work today as well. I mean, Duncan was working too, but like Stephen was at work today, so I completely appreciate. But I think both of you have a kind of inbuilt Terminator look anyway. So it's like putting the gun on and the jacket. What's your jacket? You both leather jacket, but you've got the wide lapels. Duncan's leather jacket's more of a Terminator 3 style leather jacket.
Yeah, my one is because all this stuff is just stuff I had knocking about the house anyway. This one came because I did a Negan cosplay from The Walking Dead a couple of years ago, and it's just been sitting in the house. So any excuse to wear this, because if I went out in public wearing this, I'm pretty sure I'd be arrested. So I just decided against like ever using it for everyday wear. So it's been sitting in the wardrobe for years now.
Right. Okay. Cool. Duncan, you can show your gun now. You're back.
Back on
stream.
So this is my. I don't know if it's in frame. Yeah. This is my. This is a. I don't know. It's a Series 80 Colt Mark IV Gold Cup National Match, and it is. It's just a BB gun. You just put BBs in it, and it doesn't work. But yeah, there you go. That was the closest thing I had to it. Is
I'm deeply happy with that. I mean, I've got to say, I feel okay. It's not a pity thing. I feel bad for Saxon after last time. However, you did background detail, Duncan.
See, that's the
you
thing.
did back. It's the red tape
That's
is
the
really
thing,
pushing me
because I was gonna put red electrical tape on the wall behind me, but I couldn't find any.
However, Saxon's gun is more accurate, being a kind of nickel-plated one. I mean, what I'm gonna do. Oh, fuck, this is so hard. Look, Saxon, mate, I'm not...
No.
What I'm going to do...
I'm
awarding... Oh, God. Do you know what, Saxon? I'm going to give you 1, I'm going to give Duncan 2, because I think your effort deserves something.
Yes.
Okay? So I'm giving you 1, and I'm giving Duncan the full 2. What I will do now, though, I'm going to throw this over to the audience with our straw poll. So watch out, guys, coming into the chat now.
Marshmallows, mate, stick them in your bowl.
Stick them in your bowl.
Saxon had more, like, so your jacket was more accurate. I have a pea coat, which obviously has the kind of big lapels, but then that just looks like...
I would penalise you for being Carl Reese if you did that.
Yeah, well, that's still not a pea coat. You know, a pea coat is a wool kind of sailor's
it's
thing.
closer to...
Yeah, it's a double-breasted jacket. So I thought about that, but my wife quite rightly said texturally. It wouldn't be accurate.
Your poor fucking... The shit she puts up with from us. Yeah. Guys, the poll has gone in. The poll has gone into the chat. Please go and vote. We'll just take a little bit of a breather. Duncan, would you mind... are you able to go check in on PayPal for us and just check if anybody's given any donation? Time to do that.
I think the seal has been broken here, so I'll be back in a minute.
Very good.
That's a good shout. Okay, we're just going to take a little breather, then we're going to move on to the next round.
From pea coat to pea break, we are...
From pea coat to pea break. So, guys, if you get in and start voting... there's the link. I hope that's working. I hope I haven't sent a duff link.
What date is it? I don't know what date. 17th, isn't it? Yeah. Sorry.
Link should be in the chat. Oh, sorry, the link's not coming up in the chat, which is weird because I'm the person hosting the fucking stream. So you would hope that. Why is I think YouTube has decided that I'm spamming my own fucking. I'm spamming my own stream.
That's weird.
Jesus Christ. Okay, guys, if you refresh the page, I'm going to put the link in the description to the video. It should be there now, so you can. You should be able to go look at it there. Because it seems like I'm not allowed to post in my own chat, which is ridiculous. Oh. If you go to the description of the video, that's the best I can do for you. Otherwise, we might need to move on. Because
Andrew Capitz, as always, sent us £10 and says "Happy holidays, boys." So thank you, Andrew.
Oh, Duncan, I tell you what. If I send you the WhatsApp, could you post it in the chat, the poll?
Yeah.
If I WhatsApp the link, because apparently I'm not allowed to.
Yeah, I will try.
I think YouTube decided I'm spamming my own thing. Let me just see. Which is daft.
I also think before people vote...
there we go. Someone's found the link.
They should realise that Duncan Casey can, in fact, do a proper impression of Arnold Schwarzenegger, whereas I can't. So perhaps that will sway your votes, people.
Okay, people have found it.
Excellent.
People have found it. Votes are coming in.
I'll put it in.
We've got 5-1 at the moment. I'm going to pull myself in. So, sorry, Duncan, did you say Andrew Capitz has donated?
£10, as always, and says "Happy holidays, boys." So, thank you, Andrew. I really appreciate that. I have put the link in the chat. I believe it's there. I don't know if it...
Jolly good. It's in the description. Refresh the page and look in the video description. It's 5-3 in terms of votes. Yeah. YouTube won't let me post the link. I'm not allowed. Duncan tried. He's not allowed either.
Oh, really? Shall I check it?
Well, I don't know. People are saying there's no link.
I can check in our account, see if it's been held for...
Yeah, maybe that's the way to do it. We're going to have to move on soon. I mean, Duncan is winning. Or maybe... It's 7-5. Look, yeah, people are voting. Poll says closed.
Right.
It shouldn't be. Got 13 votes. Can see the poll but can't vote. Okay. What I'm going to do, I think I'm just going to award 1 point for this because there's been some kind of some voting issues. Duncan is winning anyway. I'm sorry.
I want to recount, and my lawyer Rudy Giuliani is going to.
Rudy Giuliani's getting involved.
Leaking from the head.
Guys, sorry you can't vote. Look, Duncan's winning. I'm only going to give you 1 point, Duncan, because I just, in the interest of fairness.
That's nice.
So I don't want to throw too much in there. So could you put a marshmallow in your bowl, please, Duncan?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, jolly good. So yeah, I'm gonna nix that poll. Vote's still coming in, but I'm calling it. Sorry about that, everyone. Okay, so I've just poured myself a drink, and that's important. Let me just taste it before we go to the next round, because I just need to know where I'm at. Very good. Duncan Casey, I sent you an email earlier with some things for you to read. Are you ready?
Oh God. I think so. Look, I didn't read it. Let me just get my.
Well, we're going to throw away to the interstitial first.
Very good.
And then we'll come back. So this round is called 50 Shades of Grey.
Let's do a sex. Look at some boobies. Tie me to a toilet or whatever. Willies. 50 Shades of Grey.
Back in. This round is called 50 Shades of Graham. And what's going to happen here is that Duncan Casey has been provided some things to read, and Stephen McCullough must guess who is reading the thing and where it's from.
Okay.
So, Stephen McCullough, the way this works is that what you're going to hear is being read by a middle-aged man who might be called Graham, but spoilers, none of them are called Graham. That was just a funny name. They are either from the book 50 Shades of Grey from 2011, 50 Shades Darker from 2012,
Right.
or the book Grey from 2015. So you have to tell me who is reading the thing and which book it is from.
Okay.
Okay. So Duncan Case is going to read a passage from one of the Grey canon by that woman or whatever, and you have to tell me who's reading it and which book it's from. Okay? Are you ready?
Yeah. Now I have to be honest, right? These are very long. So you've done this to me before. When I've said this before, I don't know I can sustain an accurate kind of impression for this man.
That's why I did.
Yeah, well, I figured. So please.
I think you can. I think you're a spectacularly talented individual. And what Duncan doesn't tell you is that Duncan can sing and he can do music, and as we've seen, he can draw. And we all know he could do voices.
He can tap dance.
Left
he
out
can
act.
make miniature human.
He's the sexiest and smartest of my children.
No.
I'm sorry, Stephen.
Yes,
you're the strongest. You're the strongest and most willful of my children.
I tell you what, it's like night and day, isn't it? Because he's got the turtleneck, I have the chest exposed. You know, I mean, it really
exactly
is.
Precisely.
It's
Precisely. You represent when the war comes, you'll be protecting me and my singing child from the barbarians at the gate.
I will be front line, holding the minigun, cigar clenched in jaw. It will be a good time.
But I'll do the voices.
Yeah.
And he'll do the voices. You must let Duncan Casey finish.
All right.
You mustn't interrupt.
Right.
You must then tell me who is reading the book, and is the book grey, darker,
Or grey.
grey, darker, or shades of grey?
Okay.
Grey, darker, or shades of grey? So Duncan, would you like to go in with the
Okay, here we go. God, this is going to be.
Would you like to go in with the first passage?
Yeah.
Go in with the first passage.
All right.
When did you start your period, Anastasia? I want to fuck you without a condom. Yesterday she breathes. Good. I step back and spin it round. Hold on to the sink, I command. Grasping her head, I left her and pulled her backwards. So she's bent over. My hand glides down her ass to the blue string. Ew!
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I tug out the tampon, which I toss in the toilet. She gasps. Shocked, I think. But I grab my cock and slide into her quickly. I pick up speed. And as I grasp her hips, building, then hammering into her, claiming her, possessing her. That's right, baby. I murmur, my voice hoarse. As I pound it. I didn't. Probably that's not correct.
The Skype went on the last line. Could you just repeat the last bit of dialogue? The last line, the very last line. I murmur.
Sorry.
Could you just
The
go
last
repeat that
line,
from
yeah,
my
yeah.
murmur?
From my murmur, okay. Well, I need to go before that, you see, because otherwise it doesn't make sense. That's right, baby. I murmur. My voice hoarse as I pound into her with a punishing I own you rhythm.
Steve McCullough, which middle-aged man was reading which book in the 50 Shades of Grey series?
Oh, fuck. Right, I'm gonna say it's from 50 Shades of Grey.
Okay.
And
That is incorrect, but that's fine. You can still guess the
son of
person.
a bitch. And it's Mr. Radio Man, not Terry Wogan, but the other one.
That is Terry Wogan.
Is it Terry Wogan?
That was Terry Wogan.
That was
sorry.
Terry
Terry
Wogan.
Wogan.
Duncan, fuck
That
me.
was Terry-
Come on, man, you can do better than that.
I can't. That's the thing. He thinks I do a good
Savage.
Terry Wogan. I don't do a good Terry
You do it, said good Terry
All
Wogan.
I can do is go, and then that's it. I don't.
Well, that was two wrongs. That was from the book Grey, and you were very close because Grey is the I believe Grey is the events of 50 Shades of Grey told from the male perspective, which was the clue,
Son of a bitch.
because the rest are told from the female perspective. And this is the infamous tampon scene.
Because
Which,
I remember
5 minutes of
something
Googling, I discovered
similar
exists.
occurring in the first 50 Shades of Grey book. Because I was dating a lady at the time that was reading
Yeah,
it.
it does, but this is the same event from his perspective.
Right, well, fucking hell.
it.
Give a fucking guy a chance, will you?
Hey, well, maybe you should read 50 Shades of Grey. Is all I'm saying.
Well, I did read 50 Shades of Grey. I just didn't read Grey because why the fuck would you read the same book from another character?
I'm disgusted by your lack of commitment to the Grey series.
Hell.
That's fine. We'll crack on. Next passage, please, Duncan, from 50 Shades of Graham.
All right, here we go. This feels different than last time. So carnal, so necessary.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, he creases my behind with his long fingered hands, and I'm helpless, thrust up and pressed into the mattress at the mercy of my own free will. He hence hits me again, slightly to the side, and again the other side. Then pauses slowly as he peels my panties down and pulls them off. He gently trails his palm across my behind again before continuing my spanking. Oh God, this is so hard. I have to do I surrender myself to the rhythm of blows, absorbing each one, savoring each one. He caresses my behind again and trails his fingers down towards my sex and slowly sinks 2 fingers inside me. Fucking hell. Moving them in a circle, around and around and around. That's 3 rounds, torturing me. I added that. I moan loudly as my body takes over, and I come and come, convulsing around his fingers. And next, the Doobie Brothers with What a Fool. Beverly Craven with Human to Human.
Oh, fuck.
We've probably lost the Americans because we've just done 2 British radio DJs back to back.
Yep.
2 of my favourite things. So there's your clue. I've got a feeling, Steve, because you thought the first one was this, and you perhaps won't get it. Would you like to guess on the duck? You can have
What
darker,
happens when you choose
grey.
2 things so close together?
That was my bad. That was my bad. 50 Shades of Graham came together very quickly because I thought of the name first. It was the Viz method of naming things. That's what that was. So yeah. I've broken my clipboard by biting it in in a throw of sexy sexness. Dan Lyle says, "Don't finish. I'm nearly there." Dan Lyles, who designed the logo, by the way, for 50 Shades of Grey. So, Saxon, what are you saying? You can have darker grey or shades of grey.
I'm going to go Shades of Grey.
That's from 50 Shades Darker, and you were listening to the dulcet tones of Ken Bruce, one of Britain's
Give me a
preeminent
chance to guess.
drive time
Never give me a
DJs.
chance to guess who the person's voice was.
You weren't going to. Did you know the name Ken Bruce?
Yeah.
Be honest. You said radio. You thought it was Ken Bruce the first time, and you said radio.
Yeah,
Man.
but I forgot to say it, but while he was...
You
I
are.
was
You're busted, man.
So, yeah.
I tell you what. I'll tell you what.
Move on.
Hey, it's 14-7. Duncan has double your points. Why don't you pop a marshmallow in your jar?
Pity marshmallow.
Go on. Pop a marshmallow in your jar, mate. Go on. Having sucking down that fucking sucking down that beer. I don't blame.
Can we change this one?
The
Can we change this one to someone else? Because I have a feeling like it's gonna come out kind of too close to what the others have been, and I want to give them a sporting chance.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. I'll allow it. No, I'll allow it.
I don't need your pity, Casey.
No, I feel like I did misjudge the last two. I misjudged that. I could have had one or the other, but not both, as Alan Partridge would say.
Do you want to give me another name in privately in WhatsApp?
No, I'll let you.
Okay. All right.
Sure.
All right. It's hard because again these are very long.
Wait, hold on. Okay, WhatsApp. Hold on.
All right, you got
your WhatsApp. Duncan and I are having a conflab.
Okay.
I'm just going to be lazy and send you one of my faves. That's
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
I'll try that one. Again, old man. So
that's why it's called 50 Shades of Graham. It's an old man's name.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I had to reverse engineer the name. That's the problem with this round.
That shit.
I wrote the questions. I've been writing the question for months. It was a novelty round, so I had to invent this week when I was doing loads of animation and stuff.
Okay. All right. I'll try this. I have not done this for a long time. Probably not since the last time you asked me to do it live on air. So please go easy.
Part 3 of 50 Shades of Graham.
All right. When did you start your period, Anastasia? He asked, out of the blue, gazing down at me. Yesterday, I mumbled in a highly aroused state. Good. He releases me and turns me around. Hold onto the sink, he orders, and pulls my hips back again. Like he did in the playroom. So, I'm bending down. He reaches between my legs and pulls on the blue string. What? And gently pulls my tampon out and tosses it into the nearby toilet. Holy fuck. Sweet mother of all. Jeez. And then he's inside me. It's turning quite partridge. It isn't partridge. Skin against skin. Moving slowly at first, easily teasing me, pushing me. Oh my. I grip the sink, panting, forcing myself back onto him, feeling him inside me. Oh, sweet agony. His hands, clasp my hips. He sets me. He sets a punishing rhythm in and out, punishing. And he reaches around and finds my clitoris. I think he would say it. Because he probably hasn't seen too many of them. That's a hint. Massaging. Oh, jeez. I can feel myself quicken. That's right, baby. He rasps. He grinds into me, angling his hips, and it's enough to send me flying high. It goes quite partridge, but I quite like the partridge of it all.
I like it as well.
It's got a nice kind of what would you say, rhythm.
A rhythm.
Punishing
Saxon, I feel we've handed that to you. No.
Yeah. Ian McKellen.
Yeah, and the book.
50 Shades of Grey.
Yeah, there you go. Very good. So
there's literally nothing that differs between that, what you just read out, and the first.
No. Because in the first one, this is the genius of E.L. James or whatever. In the first one, he says things to her, but in the third one, she says things to him. Do you see the huge difference?
Pointless.
It's almost as if you can rewrite the same book and cross a few things out and make millions and millions of pounds.
Fuck me, fantastic.
Much in the same way 50 Shades of Grey.
The fucking Titanic story from the point of the iceberg.
Did you know that genuinely 50 Shades of Grey was based on Twilight fan fiction?
Yeah, I'd heard that. I didn't.
She literally became a millionaire from Tipp-Xing out the word vampire.
It's good money if you can get it.
Well, there you go. That was Syrian. That was a good substitution by Casey. Thank you, Duncan, for saving my clearly half-baked round.
No, not at all. And it wasn't meant as a criticism. I just the
It should be because it was. It was rubbish.
Well, no. So Steve, the original person who was supposed to read that was Roger Moore. Who
that alone.
Yeah, dear Cubby.
Punishing. What was it? Punishing rhythm.
I loved all that, and then we got to hear the tampon thing twice. Well, now it's time.
So how many points was that?
Oh, you got 2 more, mate. So you're up to 10. Did you put 2 more in your in the jar?
Barrel.
I feel like you're getting a bit steamy.
2 more in the barrel. There we go.
2 more in the barrel. The points barrel. Right. We now have the return of an old favourite. I'm very excited to welcome back to the fold. A round that has not existed since the original Risky Quizmas, and I can't even remember what year that was. This round is returning. I'm excited. It's back. We're going to cut to this item.
The Masters of the Kazooniverse.
Masters of the Kazooniverse is back. How exciting! I've got this kind of kazoo that came in a loo roll with auxiliary diaphragms in it that are easy to lose. And I believe, Stephen, that you too have an identical kazoo in a loo roll with auxiliary diaphragms.
Yes, I do.
Look at that. Very good. So the way it's going to work, as it did before, Duncan Casey, Stephen is going to serenade you with a selection of songs using his kazoo. And every time you get one, you can have, if you can name the song and the artist, you get a point for each one. So the points are the same to the Shades of Graham thing, so it's even. Mm-hmm. Stephen has complete authority over how he plays. Stephen, the way it's going to work, if you want me to back you up, me and the Emerald Kazoo are going to join in and back you up. And I'll go one further, my friend, because I happen to know there's a song of a certain genre within tonight's Masters of the Kazooniverse.
Indeed there is.
Which is why I have this beatbox stylophone.
Nice.
And I could then lay down a drum beat with this beatbox stylophone. Do I have any musical training or know how to use a beatbox stylophone? No, I absolutely do not have either of those things. But if you want me to back you up, right, I can. Yeah, so I'm here. Look.
At this point, I need as much help as I can get, so by all means.
You're 4 points behind, so you are closing. You're closing because you were 7 points behind before. You're closing the gap, so you are closing. Let's not rule anything out. Risky Quizmas is an unpredictable game. Things can change on a dime in the world of Risky Quizmas. We know this. So
I have only lost once, though, I believe.
That's true. That was weirdly sort of Drago-ish.
Arrogantly.
That's just like, I've only lost once. And he is, to be fair, you're the veteran. You're the one that's forced to adapt to the bullshit.
Well.
So, Saxon, would you like help for your first song?
I think I may do the first one solo. The second one I will definitely need backup. And the third one, you just play it by ear, man. Like, if you want to dive in, you dive in.
I quite like the idea of me coming in freestyle and just mixing it up, going jazz, you know what I mean? Give it a New Orleans vibe. Maybe I can go German techno. Maybe it'd be like spending a week on a bender doing speed at Berghain.
Let's expand some fuckers' minds. Come on.
Let's expand some minds. I think really I've kind of pinned a future musical career on this round. I wanted this to really take off, and then I was going to bin Duncan, bin you, and start cutting albums.
My one rule in all of this is, on the second one, rub as much funk into that as you can.
That's good. I've luckily my Amazon Morrison's order included a fresh tube of funk.
Excellent.
That's fine.
That's what we like.
Would you like to go in first song? Duncan Casey, can you guess the song and the artist, please?
Alrighty. Oh fuck! Hang on. You have to hum it.
He's warming up. Yeah, you got to hum it. You got to kind of hum it in. Oh my god!
very much reminded me of the birth of our Lord and Saviour Jesus
It really
Christ.
did, yeah. And
Well,
God bless you.
yeah.
That's my best impression of Sweep from City and Sweep that I can do.
Excellent.
That was deeply festive. That made
Thank
me,
you.
yeah, it made me reflect upon,
Yeah.
Our eternal selves and the nature of infinity.
Lord,
Duncan, what do you
before
think?
night.
about
Well,
Joy to the World?
so the title to this I am slightly nervous on, but is it Joy to the World? Is that the name of the? It is Joy to the World. And as so far as who wrote it, that's a.
It's I will give you
Jesus.
who wrote the melody. The melody was written by Jesus. Yeah, when he popped right out of Mary's fan. He didn't touch the sides because she didn't moan, and he didn't cry. Just came out humming "Joy to the World." It's based on a psalm. The lyrics are based on a psalm, but the melody is written by a classical composer.
Oh,
Someone in the chat's got it. Actually, Rob Myers has got it.
oh. I want to say Handel, but I don't know if.
Oh well. You really got a handle on that one.
Did I get it right?
You cultured swine.
I was.
Look at him. He's wearing a tactical turtleneck. Of course,
That
he's
was.
cultured.
It was a bit fluky that it was going to be that on Mozart, but then Mozart just seemed just lazy to say.
Did you put a marshmallow in your
Oh
pot?
no, I didn't.
Put a marshmallow in your pot, sir.
Do I only get one?
You-
He got 2 for the song and
Oh, sorry. Yes, of course. You put 2 marshmallows in your pot.
Vaffanculo.
I love how I'm harvesting. I love how I'm harvesting hubris for the last round. What? So next round, I would like to lay down a drum beat for the next question if we can. Steve.
By all means.
I feel this genre. I know it's a genre in which Duncan Casey does not often dabble. I believe.
Well, grab that tub of funk, whatever you do.
Wait, I need to find the right mode. Yeah, it's not that one. No, that does like a really long.
Amuse yourselves. Amuse yourselves.
It's like when Alan Partridge.
Yeah, this is my beat. I found my beat.
I
I found my beat.
Yeah.
I found my beat. I found my beat. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Does that work for you?
Yeah, that works.
Yeah.
That's
Okay. I'm going to lay down the beat. I'm going to lay down this sick hip hop beat, and you're just going to dive in. Okay.
Go for it.
Saxon, I had to jump in there, mate. What you just did was a crime against nature.
What?
I'm sorry.
What? That's fucking How is that different?
He makes a solid argument. He does. Duncan, what was that? What was that classic Christmas track? Classic Christmas.
Oh,
track,
are these all Christmas?
No, they're not all Christmas tracks. The first 2 are. I'm going to help you out. See, this is the thing. This is the type of music I like and you don't. I think that's fine.
Or as it's properly supposed to sound.
What are you doing? You got to hum it. You got to look. You're going like this into the. You're going. You're going like this. You're going who like that. Look who. Are you screaming into it? What are you doing?
That's what this fucking thing sounds like.
No, it sounds like this. Are you playing it the right way around? You breathe in the fat end. You breathe in the fat. You breathe in the fat end. What are you doing? Turn it around.
What this?
You breathe in the fat.
It's the same.
Yeah, that's a lot better. That's a lot. Duncan, are you? Should we put this out of its misery?
I want to say it sounds like what are the band? It does ring a bell. It does ring a bell. But you know what?
It's on the Die Hard soundtrack. It's Christmas and Hollis by Run DMC.
Right.
It's Christmas time in Hollis, Queens.
Okay, fair enough.
Good. Excellent. Blow the fat end. It's Christmas and Hollis. Blow the fat
Very
end.
words
Okay,
I live by.
Hey, Stephen, don't knock it. He got no points.
Apparently, I can't even play a fucking kazoo because I'm such a useless bastard.
You did the wrong end, mate. Just
He
remember
used to
that
get me
your channel
playing
is...
xylophones and shit. I know how to play a fucking
That's
xylophone.
true. Also, and one time a Captain America recorder from Poundland. That was probably one of my finest hours. Yeah. Okay. Third song, Saxon. I'll jump in and help if you want.
Oh,
but I feel
please,
like
if you could.
Fat end. Blow into the fat end. Blow into the fat end. Blow into the fat end.
Fat end. All right. What more do you want?
Come on, mate. This is fine. Everything's fine.
Oh, fuck. Right. Get it.
Right. Last song from Masters of the Kazoo Universe.
Right. Right. I can't wait to hear the criticism of this fucking one. Right. Here we go.
I'm less invested in this one, mate. It's good.
Better.
Good.
Send him some fucking whiplash.
That's good. That's good. I really want to remake Whiplash. I'm bald as well. I could be J.K. Simmons in a tight black t-shirt, and I'm just shouting at you over kazoos. Give it another whiz. Get the riff in there. Yeah, Duncan. I think Duncan was.
Sorry, my anger probably distracted from my talent. Hang on, let me see.
Menko Monty's got it in the chat. Someone's got it in the chat. The Vardon has it as well. Oh!
Nothing's going to stop us.
Oh my God! Now.
Close. Start. No. Who is it?
Oh my God, that's close. Ivan's in the chat. Ivan's got it. Duncan, you're very, very close. You've got the first syllable of that, actually.
Syllables. Starship.
Fuck a duck. Yeah, 2 points.
Yeah.
Chuck it in. Stephen, that was excellent. I'm sorry. I Christmas and Holidays is very beloved to me, and I'm sorry I went in so hard on you. You know I love you. You know as I love you.
Stop us now.
Now, what is significant about Nothing's Gonna Stop Us? What film is it in?
Oh, Mannequin 2 on the Move, I'm assuming.
It is in Mannequin 2 on the Move. The best film to have that song. It was written for Mannequin 1, but no one's watched that. The smash hit, beloved sequel Mannequin 2 on the Move features a song. And actually, as well, Saxon and I brainstormed this, and he was the one who came in with, we should use that, which was a genius idea, Stephen. Thank you. See, you know as I loves you. I feel like I hate that you're not winning because it feels like I've brought you on to bully you, and I really haven't.
Genuine. Fuck, as long as everyone's laughing, points are meaningless.
Well,
I honestly never set out for that. Like, I'm not really bothered about winning this because it is, as you say, meaningless. I hope I don't have to eat all these marshmallows. That's all I'll say. That's not a prize.
Why do you think I'm deliberately losing something? I'm still diet.
What an absurd idea that is. That won't ever happen. No. Pew 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 pew.
5 minutes.
Okay. Whilst I was playing the quickfire round interstitial, Stephen McCullough of the popular YouTube channel Vote Saxon07 has declared that he needs to have a big piss.
I'm sweating, right?
He is drinking.
We're going to let him go have a big piss. Duncan and I will have a chat to you all in the chat.
Hey.
Maybe could you check the PayPal again? Maybe
of course. Of course.
So quick fire rounds coming up. Of all the time I spent on the interstitials, I was very proud of my clip art cowboy that took 5
Oh
minutes.
yeah, God, that's brilliant.
Pew, 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 pew. I really like that. Pew pew pew, and I really did start to choke as well when I was doing that. It's a legitimate reaction.
So Annalise has sent us $10 reviews, and she writes, "Merry Quizmas, guys! Thank you for all the time you put into writing this madness, Richard. I fear for Duncan and Stephen with all those marshmallows." So that's from Annalise, and I'm going to. Sorry, this just takes a while to.
No, you carry on, please. I'm going to pour a drink. I think my prestige has been revealed.
Okay, welcome to Michael Boyal, right? Like Casino Boyal. Sends us £10 and says, "Fucking legend, the X Factor."
I have relieved myself. Please continue.
Jolly good. Well, Ivan's in the chat. That's great. Ivan contributed writing to tonight. Ivan helped me write some things. He contributed to the questions. So we're on to the quickfire round. I'm just pouring some vodka into my thing. I really like the quickfire round interstitial, so I'm going to play it again. Pew 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 pew. Merry Christmas, team. We hope you're having a good time with Risky Quizmas. So the quickfire round. This is a way, traditionally at the end of, quiz shows, they give you a chance to sort of pull things back in. Now, here's the thing, though. Here's the rub. You're going to have to buzz in somehow. So I know Saxon's got a fucking... you've got a kazoo, mate. So if you want to... You don't have to use it, but if you want to, you can. Duncan, mate, you can just go beep or whatever. You don't have to find something. You can just sort of tell us your beep. He's looking around.
I don't have. No, because this gun doesn't work. So that's not...
Okay, give us a beep noise. Give us your beep noise.
Beep.
Oh, excellent! Of course, very on brand. Yeah, we like that.
Right.
Oh, yeah. I'm making an executive decision that your beep noise is the word milk in a robot voice. Is that okay?
Right.
Very good. Steve, are you going to go with kazoo?
I'll go with kazoo. Why not?
Okay. Can you just? There's your beat. Okay, jolly good. So, quick fire round. Oh, God, I'm well behind on my bloody Oh, I missed my master. I'm well behind. Okay, that doesn't spoil the first question, so it's fine. Quick fire round. Fingers or mouths on buzzers. 10 questions. Here we go. Stanley Kubrick imported 200 palm trees into London for which reason?
Mel.
Duncan.
Oh, actually,
he was milk happy.
Well, no. So, no. This was going to be. No. I'm giving that back to Stephen. I apologise. That was on fault.
Stephen, any ideas?
Because of Eyes Wide Shut.
Pretty close. Yeah, Full Metal Jacket filmed in London's Docklands with an abandoned gasworks doubling for Da Nang. He imported the trees from Spain as a set dressing. I need to verify this, but I believe that there just aren't palm trees in Vietnam anyway, so it was a hugely bad waste of time. But yes, that was why. So no points gained.
Yeah, that's why I fucked up the whole. I started saying Apocalypse Now in my head, which of course is wrong.
Right. I kind of felt like you knew that.
Yeah, I knew it was for his Vietnam movie. I just couldn't bloody remember what the name of it was. Anyway,
which one it was? FMJ. The term EGOT is an abbreviation of the awards Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, and Tony. Someone who has all 4 of these awards is known as having an EGOT. Name one. Stephen.
George Clooney.
No.
Milk.
Yeah.
I want to say Lady Gaga.
I need to check my list. No. That's quite good, though, because obviously she did...
But she did Star is Born, obviously, and all that. But yeah. Or
There are some big names. If you want to throw out some big stars, you'd probably hit the... You do have to buzz again. But
Mel.
Buzz again.
Go on. Hugh Jackman?
No, buzz again, Duncan.
Viola Davis? Is that...
No, go on.
Because it has to include a Tony, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go on, Stephen. You buzzed.
Ian McKellen.
No, okay, I'm going to list them off. You could have had Whoopi Goldberg, Mel Brooks, Richard Rodgers, Helen Hayes, Rita Moreno, John Gielgud, Audrey Hepburn, Marvin Hamlish, Jonathan Tunlick, Mike Nichols, John Legend, Scott Rudin, Robert Lopez, Andrew Lloyd Webber, Tim Rice, or Alan Menken. And if you're a fan of the fictional TV show 30 Rock, you could have had Tracy Jordan, which I would have accepted just because I like 30 Rock.
Small little known fact that Jonathan Tunlick turns everything he touches into yellow.
That's true. He has contagious kidney disease. Right. Buzz in. In 1982, age 13, Jack Black appeared in an American advert for which classic Activision game? Classic. Stephen.
Afterburner.
That's a Sega game.
Fuck.
Atari 2000, 600 Activision game.
82 is it?
Anyone?
Did you say?
6200 in 1982, age 13. The answer has come up in the chat, and the correct answer has come up from Dan Lyles in the chat. 1982. Okay, I'm gonna nix this one. That was Pitfall for the Atari 2600. It's an advert starring Jack Black.
Very good.
Name a character from the Star Wars Expanded Universe, the Legends canon. Go on, Stephen.
Blue fucker. What's his name? Son of a bitch. Thrawn. Admiral Thrawn.
It's not on my list. I'm sorry, Duncan. Have you got it?
Saw Gerrera. That's one I know. Is that from that thing? though? I don't know.
No. You could have had Style Boy, Totalis Elephant, Praetor Egg, Slippery Higson.
Those are
Furious
made up
Bernard.
words.
All words.
Reverse
all
Dennis.
words.
Reverse Dennis or the Duke of Space. You could have had all.
The
Duke
Duke of Space.
Fuck! That was going to be my second fucking answer. Bastard!
Why is the popular drug cocaine so called?
What?
Milk.
Duncan.
Because it involves coking cane.
Because the original recipe contained Coca-Cola.
No. You were being serious. Serious. Well, not really.
Stephen King's only film as director, 1986's Maximum Overdrive, prominently features a truck with the face of the Marvel villain, the Green Goblin, as an antagonist. However, this was changed at the last minute. Why, Stephen?
Because they originally wanted to do something else, but they couldn't get the copyright for it.
Not good enough. Duncan?
Milk. Because...
Yes, you must milk. I just like hearing you say milk. I just wish I'd... Stephen King's only film as director, 1986's Maximum Overdrive, prominently features the truck with the face of the Marvel villain, the Green Goblin, as an antagonist. However, this was changed at the last minute. Why?
I don't know, because Stan Lee didn't like it or something. I don't know. He got litigious.
Reasons of good taste. The truck originally featured the face of former British Prime Minister Maurice Howard Macmillan, the Right Honourable Earl of Stockton. His death that year forced the production to shut down, so the face could be painted green and the glowing eyes changed from blue to red. That's a true fact.
Right.
Quickfire round, fingers on buzzers, be ready. Written by his screenwriter father Jack before his death in 2003, David Fincher's 2020 film Mank, now on Netflix, tells the story of screenwriter Herman Mankiewicz and his time developing the screenplay for Orson Welles' Citizen Kane. Jack Fincher wrote a trilogy of these films. The second was entitled The Rug and the Raff and follows the fortunes of director Stuart Raphael and writer Edward Rugoff during the development of which other classic film. So Mank, which has just come out, was written by David Fincher's father, who just passed away. It was part of a trilogy of films he was planning, and the second one was called The Rug and the Raff, which is about the fortunes of Stuart Raphael and Edward Rugoff during the development of which other classic film?
The Rug and the Raff.
The Rug and the Raff. So we've just had Mank. We won't be getting Rug and the Raff because Jack Fincher did not complete the screenplay. The Rug and the Raff, about director Stuart Raphael and writer Edward Rugoff during the development of which other classic film? Go on.
Johnston checks in.
Mannequin 2 on the Moon.
No, you didn't let me. You didn't throw it to me. You didn't let me answer that.
The Fincher family has sought the rights to the Mannequin franchise for 3 decades, and having failed to obtain them, David Lynch believes producing The Rug and the Raff is the only fitting tribute to his father's legacy. Alistair Tipping in the chat got that. He got that.
But you could. That's being a stopped clock, being right twice a day with this.
How dare you? How dare you question the efficacy of this? After all these years, the only person who's been in every episode dares to question me. That sickens me to my core. My friend, my beloved friend and partner in crime, Duncan Casey, daring to question the efficacy of this quiz just because David Fincher's father chose to write a screenplay about Mannequin 2 on the Move 2 years before his death, which was also the year the film came out, so a year before his death. How dare you? How dare you? Yeah. Anyway, you're still winning, mate. So
Sorry.
Quentin Tarantino claimed to have lied about appearing in which horror classic in order to obtain acting work? Stephen.
Mannequin 2 on the Move.
I wouldn't do them back to back, mate. But the last one was real. How dare you? No. Quentin Tarantino claimed to have lied about appearing in which horror classic in order to obtain acting work?
Rosemary's Baby. I mean, Milk. Rosemary's Baby.
No, it's not Milk Rosemary's Baby. It's Rosemary's Baby. This is a real one.
Who wants to milk a baby?
He wants to milk a baby. According to a 2003 BBC article, he claims to have lied about appearing as a biker in George A. Romero's Dawn of the Dead.
Oh.
You can still find that. Generally speaking, if I cite an article, it's usually true. So, there you go. 2020 dance. The 2012 dance craze and single "The Bernie Lean" was inspired by which 1993 comedy sequel?
The what?
The 2012 dance craze and single "The Bernie Lean" was inspired by which 1993 comedy sequel?
Bernie Lean?
The what?
The Bernie Lean. The Bernie Lean. Which 1993 comedy sequel inspired the dance craze and single "The McCullough"?
Weekend at Bernie's 2?
It was Weekend at Bernie's 2. Very good. Yeah, that's legit. There was he does this kind of walk in the movie. So the lean, inspired by Terry Crews' performance as Bernie Lomax in 1993's Weekend at Bernie's 2.
Oh hell!
Which the late Bernie's corpse slides. The corpse walks when music is played. I will just go back because I did find something. I'm going to go back in the slides to people watching live. I've gone back to the Mannequin 2 on the Move question because I've discovered a link that pleases me so much. I've put up the VHS copy of Mannequin 2 on the Move. It just says Mannequin on the Move because it's wrong. From the outrageous producers of Mannequin and Weekend at Bernie's. Such as the connective tissue between these amazing, wonderful films. But there you go, yeah. And it's actually quite a good little song, the Bernie Lean. But yeah, it was absolutely a thing. It was kind of a meme. Final question in quickfire round. The late, great Burt Kwok is the only person to have appeared in 2 Bond films in the same year. True or false? The late, great Burt Kwok is the only person to have appeared in 2 Bond films in the same year. True or false? Saxon, yeah.
True.
True. You only live twice in Casino Royale.
That was a complete guess.
Yeah, that's absolutely.
Depends what you define as a Bond film, though, doesn't it? Because I suppose Casino Royale was.
I fucking knew you were going to do this. Look,
not an Eon produced, not technically.
I never said an Eon film. If
No,
it's got the character James Bond in it, and it's based on a James Bond book. You're still winning, you cunt. Like, what do you want?
But yes,
Saxon,
you know how it feels.
Saxon, you got the Bernie. Did you put a marshmallow in for your Bernie Lean?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, you put marshmallow in for Bernie. Did you put one in for Burt Kwok?
Yes.
Saxon has closed the gap.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he hasn't. I miscounted. Duncan Casey at the end of the quickfire round has 19 points. Our delightful, lovely, beautiful guest, Stephen McCullough, the strongest and most hairy of my children, has 13 points.
Fuck.
So 6 points to close. However, you can pull it back. And Casino Royale is a Bond film. I'm sorry, it just is.
2016.
It just is.
The 2006 Casino Royale is a Bond film.
It's got James Bond in it. It's about Bond things.
Do you know how many James Bonds it's got in it?
How dare you? Yeah, like a bunch, right? Because
Yeah.
it's like Woody
It's all
Allen
made
and
up
Peter
bullshit,
Cushing
isn't
and
it?
David
Yeah.
Niven. And, made up bullshit.
So is James Bond, let's be honest.
It's all made up bullshit.
Yeah.
Right, we're gonna go into our final round, which I'm just gonna tee up. I do need a timer. Right, we're gonna lay up the final round, guys and ghouls. Oh no, it's not Halloween, it's Christmas. We're gonna lay up the final round, guys and the baby Jesus Christses. This round is called the Cine. This round is called the Sin Eater. As I think my prestige has been revealed by the participants. And also, when they revealed their marshmallows at the start of this evening, I was really worried that one of them might die. So you've been collecting marshmallows in your barrel in order to keep score. However, you now have 1 minute to eat as many of those marshmallows as you can. You don't have to, but for every marshmallow you eat, you get a point. So Casey, as the leader, you could choose to do nothing and just assume that Saxon is not going to eat 6 marshmallows in a minute. There's an element of gambling involved, but you have 1 minute to eat as many marshmallows as you can. For every marshmallow you eat, you will be awarded a point. And at the end, I'm going to want to inspect your bowls, and I want to know how many you got left to know that there's honesty involved. So Duncan looks worried. Duncan looks ashamed. I'm a little bit worried because I thought about causing the tragic death of a new father.
I'm trying to
how I'd
lose
have to
weight,
explain that to his wife. I don't think there's much, it's all air, isn't it, marshmallow?
And sugar.
It's all air, isn't it? And don't worry about that. It's if you imagine sugar doing a fart, that's a marshmallow.
Yeah.
That's what a marshmallow is. I genuinely did not know how big these cunts were till I got my own one today by accident and just kind of went, oh, fuck.
That's a gob's worth, easily.
Yeah.
Saxon, you're 6 points behind, Saxon.
Well,
I love you. I love you and
way
believe
out
in
of
you.
another disaster.
So we got.
You have 60 seconds.
We're going at the same time. Or what's the...
You're going at the same time.
All right.
It's a race. Again, Duncan, depending on how these work, you could just do nothing. Because you're winning. You could just do nothing.
What's he got?
I think McCullough's got the fire in his eyes.
He's got to eat one every 10
You know what I mean?
seconds. Does this,
One every 10
so
seconds.
do we have,
Do you know
we
what
have
I'm
to
thinking?
swallow as well? Like, it has to be gone by the end of the minute.
It got to be gone. In a minute, it's got to be gone. I want empty mouths. McCullough, when I look at him, I think of Hearts on Fire from Rocky IV.
Right.
That's what I'm seeing. Hearts on Fire. The bit where Sylvester Stallone choked to death on a marshmallow. Famous scene from Rocky IV.
Going, Casey!
Casey!
Marshmallow. I say, hey, Paul! I ate this marshmallow. What the fuck is it?
I mean, people in the chat seem quite worried. People in the chat seem upset and worried about which may unfold. Which I don't need the clipboard anymore. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna toot on my kazoo.
Teuton, son.
I'm gonna try my best to count what you guys are eating, but it's gonna be quite hard. So I need you to self-report the contents of your barrel.
How many? You know how much we have in each of our barrels, right? So
yeah, you've got 19 and he's got 13.
So by the end of it, we just say how many are left.
Oh, can you show your receptacles to the camera, please? Fucking hell. Oh, what have I done? Oh my God, what have I done? Look, guys, please go easy. I'm going to toot on my kazoo and then you have 1 minute. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Right. Let's fucking do this.
Zwei, drei, eins.
Oh.
Saxon, come on, mate. One mouthful. You can do that. And Duncan's put one away. Saxon's put one away.
Oh, fucking gross.
They're definitely really horrible. Oh my God, they're definitely really horrible. Saxon just put another one away. Casey's put another one away.
Oh, fuck.
Fuck this.
25 seconds left. Come on, mate. 25 seconds left.
These are fucked, man.
Saxon's put another one away.
It's fucking disgusting.
They're really awful. They were quite expensive. I really must report that they were quite expensive.
Oh, God. I'd rather eat a Frey Bentos. Like, you.
And we're done.
Oh.
Right. That looked really horrible. Were they really that horrible?
It's not that they were bad, it's just there's too much of them.
Yeah, I think I need to be
I
toasted.
don't know. Okay, two things. I've got two things to report. 3 things to report based on what Stephen just said. First thing I want to report, they are designed for toasting. They're called like Big USA Marshmallows. Secondly, when I accidentally received my bag of marshmallows today and said I didn't want them, Ivan Williams was very keen to have them, and I don't know if he's still watching. Will he still be as keen? Third thing, yeah, perhaps they probably are better with toasting. I mean, I find marshmallows generally quite disgusting anyway, so I'm not really sure what that was like. So we started with 19 and 13, yes?
I have 15 left. Right?
So Duncan Casey.
Chill the fuck out of it.
So that would put you at 23, if that is correct.
I have 7 left.
15.
Fucking Jesus, really? So it's 20 and 24. That was a valiant effort, but with 24 points versus 20 points, Duncan Casey is yet again the winner of Risky Quizzes. How do you do it, my man? I don't know how you do that, because I really put as many traps in it as I possibly can, and it really never goes anywhere.
I think the thing is, like, what seems to happen is the trap-laden pure luck ones I get right, and then it doesn't matter if I get the rest right, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
I was stunned that the Mannequin 2 on the move question got answered with Dunstan checks in. That really was stop clock business.
Yeah.
Like, I kind of had to shut that down to stop you from getting it. So, look, there we go. Fucking hell. How does this happen? Duncan Casey, 24 points. A very good showing by Stephen Saxon, I must say, because Duncan Casey managed 4 of the marshmallows. Stephen McCullough ate 7 of those huge, disgusting marshmallows.
That's impressive.
That have probably been imported from another
6, wasn't
continent and sat in a horrible fucking thing somewhere. It's still a lot, mate, and you still lost, sadly. But you fucking, my God, did you nail that?
Oh, I give it my all at the end, you know?
Press F to pay respects. People in the chat gave him mad love to what just happened. That was beautiful. The winner of Risky Quizmas 2020, the returning quiz, was Duncan Casey yet again. What a win. You can go tell that to your wife and she'd probably be less inclined to divorce you after making a interview of loads of bin bags.
She'll make sweet, sweet love, and we will follow the guidance of the earlier round, 50 Shades of Grey.
Precisely,
Yeah.
precisely. I'm just going to cut away. I did this too late, and that's something for which I'm very sorry. I intended to have everyone from Patreon come and say hi at the end of the stream. Life got in front of me, and I ended up not posting it until today. So a handful of people have recorded special messages from our Patreon supporter that I'm going to play right now.
Hey.
So it's about 2 minutes. I'm going to chuck that on now. Here we go.
To Richard, Duncan, and all at Val Verde, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Battle. Hi guys, this is Petter Danielsen reporting from Norway. I just wanted to say thank you so much for all your hard work and all the content that you are creating these days. It's difficult times, but you guys actually give us some entertainment at the end of the day. Due to scheduling conflicts, I can't join you on the Risky Quizmas, but I hope you guys are well. Hope you have a good time. It's kind of fun. Been following you for 6 years now, so I wish you all the best. I'm looking forward to what 2021 will bring from Val Verde Broadcasting. So cheer on and have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. See you guys.
Why early even? She said, like, if you're going to be off.
Hey, we're back. Duncan, did you want to stay on until like 9:30?
Yeah, that's fine. That's absolutely fine.
Is that
Yeah,
okay?
of course. Yeah.
Okay, guys, we're going to stay until 9:30. No movie tonight, so and we went straight in. I didn't set that up properly, but we're staying until 9:30, just hanging out. So the quiz is done. I'll probably extract the quiz as a vid to upload separately. I don't know. Maybe the stream will do just fine. The quiz is over. Duncan Casey has won. Such as his legacy remains intact.
I don't know how many times I've won because I lost count.
A lot of times.
Did you win the live one? Oh no, the audience won the live one because I rigged it so the audience would win.
Oh, I don't even remember that. Oh, the live one in London. Yeah. So that was. I lost that one. Did I lose one out and out though with the?
You won the one against Brad, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. The kind of risky business classic recipe that no longer exists. I don't actually know.
I can't remember
who won what. So we've got some people. Wincong Exchange gives a £10 super chat and says #split diopter, which I think is a reference to the
split diopter.
Split diopter, guys. She gave you split diopter. Heute van der Papen. Yes. So guys, if you want to hang out with us, we're going to take a bit of a break after this to the new year, won't we, Duncan? I think. Now we've done this.
Yeah, we'll take next week off, I think. Although, I mean, I have to say, like, it seems like certainly we're not going to be doing anything over Christmas, which is a shame. We had planned to see people, but it seems like certainly we're being thrown into the highest tier where we are, and so are the people we were going to see. So it doesn't look like we're going to be able to.
Of course, yeah. Peterborough's going tier 3.
Thanks for doxing me.
Oh, they'll know I live in Cambridge. We've talked about that before. It's vague. It's vague.
Cambridgeshire.
So anyway, Duncan lives at 128 Acacia Avenue, Peterborough. Acacia? That's where Banana Man lived on Acacia Avenue. That's my go-to fake address.
Yeah.
So that's what I got.
It's somewhere within the Oxford area.
I did have a guy. I don't know if that's what you're referencing, but I had a guy come up to me in the hotel because I am in Cambridge when I used to work in a hotel, and this American guy, bless him, he came up to me and said, like, how do I get to Oxford University? And I said, like, well, you can get a 2-hour bus or like a 3-hour train, so you might as well get the bus. And he was like, 2 hours? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, can't I walk to it? And I was like, Oxford University. And he thought, because of the term Oxbridge, that Cambridge was a place, and within Cambridge was Oxford University.
And the thing is, to have staked an entire journey from another continent on that.
Well, I think he was like I hope he was visiting for business and just was like, I'm going to check out Oxford University, because it's like, oh my dude, no, bless him. He's a sweet guy. He's like some kind of IT guy. He's a smart dude, but like he clearly half-assed his research, which is what I would have done. And just just sort of turned up. And
well, I mean,
it's like going to Washington or then like the other, because there's 2 Washingtons on other sides of the states, right?
It's not as bad as going to New York thinking all the Ghostbusters locations are all around the corner from each other.
Oh, dude. And your video got shut down by the copyright cunts, didn't it? As well?
And then you spend a fucking fortune on the fucking the underground trying to get to different places and not realizing where the fuck they are. That was a fun holiday.
Oh, mate. How far apart are they?
Oh, they're fucking miles away from each other. Like, the firehouse is in, like, this really weird part of New York where it's, like, right around the corner from where the One World Trade Center is. And then, like, all the other locations, like, the library is way, way uptown. And as is the university that they go to as well. So, like, and I wore fucking Converse for the entire video. And there was so much walking involved. Like, you don't realize the amount of walking you do in New York. Like, my feet were fucking destroyed by the time it was over.
Oh, man. Well, it's kind of, I imagine, I'm certain people make the same mistake in London. I mean, I actually, as someone, I worked extensively in tourism and then in kind of language tourism. And we used to fucking, because the thing is, in London, right, like, for people who don't know, like, you can't, we had a hired bus and they were kind of like, oh, why can't you just drive us on the bus around everywhere? And it's like, mate, it takes 40 minutes to go half a mile in London. That's why we're walking everywhere. And it's kind of like, oh yeah, I want to go to Wimbledon, then I want to go to Wembley, and then the House of Parliament. It's like, you realise those are really far apart.
Yeah.
And
You
like,
can't
if we
work
drive
your way
to them, it would take 7
alphabetically
hours.
through London.
Yes,
and expect to get...
yeah.
See, the thing
I'm
is,
here for the W tour.
my map for London is made up entirely of the opening sequence of The World Is Not Enough. So I just thought, like, the Millennium Dome is just right across from the Houses of Parliament and all, you know?
Yes. Well, you know, we did work that into the script. You know, MI6, Millennium Dome. I know, because he goes from, like, MI6, the MI6 building is next to Vauxhall Bridge.
Yes, Vauxhall.
And that's,
yeah.
to get from Vauxhall to, like, Greenwich, which is effectively, I mean, it is possible, but they do They do a lot of jumping. Yes, but
I always bitch out the Guy Ritchie Sherlock, because at the end when they're chasing Mark Strong, they go under the House of Parliament and then they end up at Tower Bridge. It's like, dude, Tower Bridge is like 2.5 miles away. Like, you have to take like a half-hour boat to go to Tower Bridge. You don't just fucking like turn up from a magical tunnel. Like, get the fuck out of here.
No, because like for any tourist, London is basically Joey's map from that episode of Friends, where it's just all the big fucking things are just like all clustered together, and it's like, no, that's not how it works.
Yeah, no. You can do a good. Here's a good day out to London. This is the one I used to take my groups on. You can do a really good walk if you go. Is this interesting? Probably not. if you get off at Embankment, just walk up to House of Parliament, and you've got House of Parliament, and you've got the Westminster Abbey, and you've got all that shit. That's a big walk thing. Go down Birdcage Walk. See all the Birdcage Walk. You go into the park, you go to Buckingham Palace, you walk up the Mall, you're in Trafalgar Square, fuck around Trafalgar Square, and then you can walk to Covent Garden. That's a day out right there. It's a good day out. You're not going to see everything, but you're going to see a lot of stuff. You go to Oxford Street if you really want to. The students that I always wanted to go, like, Mr. Richard, this is boring, where can I buy trainers? And it's like, dude, because they would all go to Primark on Oxford Street, and it's like, we've got one in Cambridge, but that one's slightly bigger, so 3 boots.
Right.
Just to interject, Sam Duxby has sent us £3.50 on PayPal. We've also had a super chat that I want to get to before but from Ben Haslam, who sent us £10. Says, Merry Christmas, Val Verde. Thanks for giving us some joy during the horrors of 2020, and here's to a less existentially terrifying 2021. Viva Val Verde, viva los generalismos.
Fucking yes, I agree. Well done to the both of you lads for doing these fucking live streams every goddamn week, apart from the weeks that you were off. But well done. Like, honestly, like, they have been so fucking entertaining. Like, I usually work Thursday nights, so like, I'll always have them on in the background. Like, even sometimes I get the chance to sync the movie up. It's a great fucking time. Like, honestly, like, you don't realize the amount of work that you put in. There's so many people that appreciate it, and that's the hardest part about being a YouTuber, is that you don't get to see people's reactions. You don't get to see people laughing along with you. You don't get to see people going, oh, they did that fucking joke, or like, oh, there's one of Duncan's impressions. You don't see that. You just get like a stream of data that is the comment section and the live chat. But honestly, like from a genuine Val Verde fan, like, it's fucking brilliant. So thanks very much, lads. Like, and I think I speak for all the comment section whenever I do say that. So genuinely, thank you so much.
Bless you, mate. Thank you very much. That's super kind of you. Thank you.
Well, I joke about Stephen, because Stephen's channel. What's your sub count at the moment, Stephen, on Vote Saxon?
We're getting close to 30,000 now. Like, it just went.
And you had to restart from scratch.
I had to restart 5 years ago because YouTube fucked me with copyright, because I was doing the you know that thing that bigger YouTubers seem to do and get away with, where like they use tons of actual footage from a movie or a TV show. Like,
I'll speak for myself and Duncan, but we don't know anything about anyone ever doing anything like that.
No, see, I didn't think you would. That's why I had to explain.
No, I'm glad you explained it, because we have no concept of what it could possibly mean.
Or, like, before, it used to be a case of you would upload it and you would get copyright striked, and then you would dispute it, and they would go, oh, okay, that's fine. You haven't uploaded the full movie, or you haven't uploaded the full TV show. That's all right. It's news and review purposes, which is allowed under the Fair Use Copyright Act of 1973, yada, yada, yada. That's fine, off you go. Whereas around about 2015 or so, I think it's whenever SOPA came in, or whatever the fuck that law was, YouTube just for all of a sudden went, oh, copyright strike, copyright strike, copyright strike. And just all of a sudden, it was like something from a fucking movie. It was like boom, 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 every single video. Because the way that me and Anthony do the Doctor Who reviews now is it's us Red Letter Media style sitting at the table, like just getting pissed and talking shit about Doctor Who. Whereas before, it was me doing a voiceover. I mean, the amount of fucking work you put into that, where like you have to research every single clip, make sure there's no clipping, you know, where it goes to the next scene, and you have to edit it down so that it flows properly, all that sort of bullshit. Like, I was sitting doing that because Saturday night was Doctor Who, all day Sunday I was working on that, and then Monday morning I had to get up for work, so I didn't even have any weekends whenever Doctor Who was on. So to put those videos out, and then within like a day, it's like YouTube comes on and goes, well, no, actually, we're going to take all that hard work and fuck it in the bin, fuck you. And then the big day sort of came sort of at the end of 20.
Sorry, what were your numbers the day they cut you?
I was at 50,000 subscribers, or around about 50,000 subscribers.
That's giving me anxiety just thinking about.
Yeah. And YouTube just all of a sudden were like fucking Thanos, just bye fucker, off you go. And I started a new channel.
I've got milk in my moustache. It's not a euphemism.
I started a new YouTube channel in like the October of that year.
Oh, he's got milk in his moustache.
Recycle, everyone. Oh well, look, because your story.
Richard, is that milk in your moustache, or are you pleased to see?
Don't pull out my tampon, Mr. Duncan. Did you want to read the super chat, Duncan, that just came up? Ash?
Oh, sorry.
While you read that, I'm gonna go water the weeds.
Very good, very good.
I'm a fucking nightmare on a night out.
You're wonderful.
Peanut
We
butter.
love you, Steve. I laughed so much. Sorry, Ash GCG says I laughed so much tonight that I. Right. I laughed so much tonight that I ruined my neighbor's knickers. Can't put them back on the line now. I imagine
That's put me in mind of something that I have I think the time when I do my worst but most involved thinking is when I make my cup of tea every time I get out of bed, because I get up and have a shower and stuff, but like my brain, I think about loads of stuff in the shower which I forget, but my brain retains all the stuff I get when I'm making a cup of tea, because I always have to have a cup of tea first. And my cup of tea thought today was something that revived something that's not around my head forever, and it's the phrase "I shit myself." And the thing that bothers me about the phrase "I shit myself," its very existence implies the phrase. The very existence. Did you hear that?
Back at a good time.
Yeah, the very existence of the phrase "I shit myself" therefore precludes the possibility that you can shit someone else. And then I started thinking about John Ronson's book, The Men Who Stare at Goats, about the Russians trying to do mind control. And it's like, and it's not even making someone else shit themselves. It's your shit in their pants. Could I shit someone else? Because it's like, oh, I shit myself. Yeah, but I want to shit someone else. Oh yeah, no, I shit someone else. I shit.
So it depends on it depends on punctuation. So it could be declarative. So it could be with a comma. So it could be like I shit myself. How about you? You know, kind of thing.
No, yeah, okay, yeah.
Or it could be. It could be if you take the word shit, you know, like when someone says you're shitting me or whatever, that could be so like I shit myself as in I lie to myself.
I love the slightly kind of Austen-esque politeness of the comma. I shit myself.
I shit.
Because say that in your
yeah, because it sounds unaided. I require no aid. I shit myself. You shit someone else.
Please,
shit someone else.
Please, man, say that in your Christopher Walken voice. I shit myself.
You just did it perfect. You did it perfectly. I don't need to do it.
Okay, you didn't invent it.
But I shit myself. Brazilians, great shitters, best in the world. A man's got 15 shits. A woman's got 12, but a man's got 15.
It's like the reverse of body fat. A woman's got 12.
Well, that's what he says in True Romance. It's the L. It's the L being.
I shat myself.
It's it. Best shitters in the world.
This is the quality content you come in for.
That's the fucking thing, man. Like that's my favorite meme. Do you know that one where it's like the use of commas in the English language, where it's like, you know, Bob, Sue, and Greg, they came to my house, and that's like the Oxford comma. You know, Bob, comma, Sue, and Greg, comma, they came to my house. And then you have the Walken comma. You know, Bob, Sue, and Greg to my house.
Bob, Sue, and Greg came to my house.
And like
Sue and Greg came to my house.
Like the ultimate one is the Shatner comma, where every word has a fucking comma.
You know, Sue and Greg.
Kirk to Enterprise. Classic.
Yeah, the Walker thing, because everyone, Kevin Spacey, who I'm allowed to slag off now, I think.
I think you're safe there.
Yeah, always did a terrible impression that he was lauded for, which was he always did the same thing of just going, it's like, yeah, that's lazy. That's not really what Chris Walken has.
The actor studio episode, they trot out the Spacey.
Yeah,
he does a good. I'd say he does in the actor studio episode. Sorry to interject. He does the James Stewart one.
Yes,
and to be fair, that's really good because before he said a word, the audience cheer because he does that kind of palm on his head thing.
Yeah,
and everyone kind of gets it, and you know.
Jimmy Stewart, yeah, because no, that sort of stuff.
No, Jojo.
Yeah,
that's like
because he does. Who's it? Liz Taylor or someone. And he's sort of just warbly and old and stuff, which is fair. But yeah, no, it does. I'm not saying like Spacey's bad at impressions. It's just his Walken was lazy. I thought. I just didn't think it was like, you know, because he's a Queen's accent. It's that kind of, you know, it's this sort of down there, you know. And most of the time, it's normal, it's fine, but it's more his train of thought. It's the kind of.
So I can't. You always, because all the impressions go ow, ow, ow. What you do is it comes down.
Yeah.
You do the bit where it comes down and it gets all kind of gravelly, and so that's the difference. And those are the parts that are funny because it's so accurate. It's completely true, but I never expect it because no impressionist does it.
Well,
it's always all the way up there. And
no one does the physicality, and I will get. We've had 2 super chats, so I really feel like we ought to answer those. But it's the physicality thing. It's this, you've got to loosen it up, right? So you've got to get your shoulders loose because what he does. And I didn't do it tonight because I'm rusty. But
watch this man work. Watch this
man
work.
No, don't. But it's that. It's
no, do yeah. Watch him work.
It's this sort of, you know, I don't care. Hey, Santa Claus, afraid not. The best thing he ever did, and I always come back to this, is Joe Dirt, right, where he's playing this sort of mobster in Witness Relocation as a janitor in a school in like Bumblefuck wherever, and he does that whole speech because he's a janitor, but he's talking tough to everyone. So he's like. Hey, what does he say? He goes, you're talking to me all wrong. It's the wrong tone. You talk to me like that again, I'll stab you in the face with a soldering iron. A soldering iron.
That's Americans call them. It's like Craig and Graham. They say soldering instead of soldering.
Soldering. Yeah, stab you in the face with a soldering iron. My wife. Was it like? What's he saying? Because he's like he's in Witness for he's from like New York, but he's pretending he lives in Kansas or whatever, and he's just like, my wife, beautiful, legs went on to days, shot 6 times, New York City, Kansas. I'm in Kansas. It's so good. It's so good.
I love them rolling out for comedy stuff.
The man.
Can you, if you don't mind, take the super chats? It's Jackson's time to pee.
Indeed.
Yeah. I'll be back.
Fellow Irishman Rory Woods, whose name I'll never be able to pronounce.
Rory Woods, love your podcast, man.
I assume it was just Rory, but the fucking thing has too many eyes in it, and I don't fucking know, and it's alright, you know, it's hilarious. Down with that sort of thing. He says, totally agree with Stephen, fellow countryman. Thanks for all the hard work, gents, he says. And sorry, I'm ever so sorry. And then Sam Montgomery sent us £2 and says Merry Christmas. So grazie mille, Sam Montgomery. That, you know, well-known Italian name. What? Hello. So
everyone watching, go subscribe to the Woodstock podcast on SoundCloud.
Yes,
it's good stuff, man. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, and I'm hoping to get back on that at some point. I did do an episode a while ago, but I would love to come back. But yeah, no. How do you put? Is it just Rory?
Rory, yeah, or Rory.
Rory. Okay.
Rory, if you want to be proper Irish about it, but Rory would be the British way to say it. Rory would be the Irish way to say it.
Rory it is. I'm all about doing things properly. So there we go. Rory Woods, thank you so much. And thank you for having both Richard and I, and I'm guessing you, Stephen, right, on his podcast.
No. I don't think he knows who I am.
Oh, well, there you go. Well, reach out to Stephen because I think you guys would have you should be on this podcast, man. So yeah, but thank you everyone. Thank you so much for everyone who's kind of come in and listened to this silliness, and thank you Richard, who's now back in the room, for putting all this together because it's I know it's a Herculean effort, despite the to make things look that shambolic requires real effort.
Yeah.
It really does.
That's a good cover, mate. I'll take that.
Thanks for giving us something to argue about, because I think that's sort of where my comedic level kind of lies, where I get to dispute things, but I always do them in like the most overblown, stupid as fuck way possible.
I love people arguing the toss on this game because it's just like, why?
Yeah,
like, this is so stupid.
Shut the fuck up and enjoy it. It's a good time.
It's deeply stupid. So I basically I was really like the little interstitials that I did for this show. Firstly, I didn't think I was going to be able to do them. I was just going to do text. But then I made Dan Lyles, who I owe big props to, sent me them because he did the Master of the Kazuniverse thing years ago and he couldn't find it. Another could, so I did it again. And I put together, I think that was the first one I did. And then I just sat here laughing at my own jokes like a cunt, and it was like, well, this is what I'm doing for the next 12 hours. This is the rest of my life. So I was up at 2:00, like MS painting. The one for Sin Eater, I went and listened to Man Eater by Hall & Oates, and then I found an online MIDI generator and did the drum beat, and then I did like a fucking kazoo line and a humming.
Hall
line.
& Oates is another Ken Bruce type, That was your kiss is on my list. Well, no. It's always that sort of, I suppose what you'd call eclectic, but it's really just from a very specific period of time. That's what we have. But hey, right. It's an institution.
A time and place.
Hall & Oates, yeah, okay. Just very quick, sorry. Eric Granlund, from has sent us 30 Swedish krona. And says, Merry Christmas from a van down by the river. Since there is only one river in all the world, I can only assume that...
the River Cam, the only river in Cambridge, the one near me. The only river. The only one I've ever seen, for I've never left my town.
Yeah, it certainly feels that way, doesn't it?
If the last year, Jesus Christ. This is... I made this... I don't remember if I said this on air, or maybe I think I said it to Duncan privately when we were talking off air. The show Community, which I love very much, in season 4 they fired Dan Harmon, they brought random showrunners in, but then in some kind of weird thing that would never happen again, they brought Harmon back for season 5, and from season 5 onwards they referred to season 4 as the gas leak year, and they just pretend there was a gas leak, and that's why everybody acted out of character, and it was a weird. 2020 is the gas leak year to me. I constantly view it as a gas leak year. It's because nothing means anything. I'm in this weird holding pattern where I think about things that happened mid 2018 as last year, because nothing's happened. So I think about I did this in last year, and it's like, no, that was a year and a half ago. You've just been at home doing, the constant is we have the streams Thursday nights, that's a kind of constant, but everything else, work has been so sporadic, life has been so sporadic, I'm fucking self-isolate. Tomorrow, oh my God, I had to give this to a friend, so I have to self-isolate in order to see my parents on Christmas Day, so I can't, because my mum takes certain medicine for arthritis and stuff, and if I sneeze now she'll die, so I can't do that. Tomorrow, my friend Scott I was there when they offered him the job, which is just before I self-isolated. They want us to film RAF bombers landing at Cambridge Airport, from the airstrip.
Wow.
And we were going to sit on the airstrip, and I've never filmed anything like that, and I was in the frame, and I had to hand it off to my mate Si. My good mate Simon is doing it instead for me. I had to farm it out. But he was like, dude, I know you're isolating, but if you want to come to the airstrip tomorrow, we can film these bombers landing for Marshalls, which is they own the airport in Cambridge. And I was like, no, I'm going to eat a pie and be hungover from my pure old quiz on the internet, because I would normally, because a couple $100 that I have to throw away, right? I can't take that job. So I'm 8 days into isolation, so I can't, I really wanted to do it, and I'll live, it's fine, but I wanted to do the cool thing. If it was the normal boring job, I'd be like, whatever. But this is fucking stand on an airstrip at 8 in the morning and watch the planes come in from a telephoto. That'd be sick.
Yeah,
I'm not doing that.
Oh.
Not doing that. But it's fine, because I can just drink more of these and look at all the lactose I'm getting.
Well, firstly, you're getting more calcium, which, as we all know, you need. Secondly, you'll get to see them bleary-eyed from your bedroom first thing tomorrow morning.
Do you know it's my anniversary?
Huh?
It's my anniversary. Today is leg break day.
Oh,
technically,
that was a year ago, or 2 years.
Well, no, 2 years. 2 years. It happened. I can never remember exactly. It happened just before or just after midnight. So Ellie texted me yesterday and was like, "It's your anniversary," and I was like, "Oh shit!" But then I can't remember. I think it was just after midnight or just before when it happened. But we were waiting for the ambulance so long. But I did my longest ever run yesterday.
Good man.
So there you go. It was also leg day on my weights regime. Was leg day, and I was like, and I was gonna do it out of belligerence, and I looked at it and I was like, perhaps don't push it.
Oh my god,
I don't do it like today of all days.
Even through all of this, after a broken femur, you still have a fucking leg day. What the fuck's my excuse? Why am I still a fat fuck? Like for real.
To be fair, like I've never done leg day till this year. I've got weirdly genetic huge legs. I don't know what it is, but I've already started.
You skipped leg day.
I never do leg day, man. I think it's the cycling. Like my cousins and my dad have like huge legs, and I think it's like a genetic thing. Because even when my dad was a fat cunt, God bless him, and he was, like he had mad muscular legs. He had like crazy muscular legs. It's a weird genetic. It's because my English family. So my English and Irish family is from England. I know my Irish folks from Ireland, but they were English Irish. They're like little swamp goblins. So you remember Hoggle from Labyrinth? That's what all of my dad's family is. My uncle straight up is just Hoggle from Labyrinth. Like he's straight up. Whereas the Scottish side, like they're all like 6'5" roofers. Yeah. So I'm about 6 foot because my dad's shitty genes have piss watered down all the cool Scottish ones, and I'm halfway through. But they are like little fucking goblins, mate. They're elves on a shelf. They're like little, whereas the Scottish lot are all huge. And somewhere that just gives you like a beer gut and big legs.
Meanwhile, there's me, fucking Gimli from Lord of the Rings.
Dude, you're like battle mode. That's what I'm saying. Like Duncan can sing, but you're the strongest of us. Like when we go into battle, Duncan will be like the guy, playing the song. You'll be the guy with the battle axe, and I'll be the one cowering behind both of you, pretending I'm in charge.
Yeah, so we have Gimli, we have Legolas, and we also have Viggo Mortensen here.
Yeah, look at him, handsome wanker.
I know, that fucking jaw!
I know, right?
Fucker.
I know. You drew mine. Mine's like a -12. That's my jaw. I hide it with a beard.
In all fairness, that wasn't any comment on you. That was literally a comment on how shit.
Oh, no, please. Like I know my station in life, Stephen. Don't worry, I'm not offended.
I found, since recently I've been kind of shaving. I've been shaving. I found that I do have something of a cleft chin. I forgot that I had a bit.
You do a wee bit, yeah.
Bit of a bum chin
behind the
It's
beard,
annoying as fuck. Like it's really evident in like Erica and stuff. Where you've got the proper lighting and stuff on you. It's like, fuck, that's a handsome bastard. Like,
yeah, right, exactly. And the rest of us fucking mutants.
I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, but it's fine. Like he's fucking Gimli. I'm like Hawaiian Lenin made out of scrotum. This is fine. It's absolutely fine. But I'm all right with it.
As that accurate depiction shows, which will inform cavemen for centuries to come. You have a penis dangling by your knees.
That's true. Yeah,
and the pubes of a Christmas tree.
See, now for some reason in my head, I'm picturing an image of Duncan. You can draw this with your artistic talent. Is the scene in Die Hard where Bruce Willis jumps off the rooftop, but instead of the fire hose, it's Richard's dick?
Yep. But he's down. He's not up the top of the building. He's down the other side. So it's that
like kind of lasso. Yeah, like
yeah. That's what. Hence the gritted look on his face. In that.
It's just Richard standing there smoking.
Isn't it insane though? Right? This is the thing we go through all the time. So Duncan sent me that picture with a cock on it. Yeah, and I immediately went, well, we can't show that because that video will go down. However, because something Duncan and I constantly go against, like. In terms of I don't want to be gross, but like the monetization of this channel, we rely on Patreon and super chats and PayPal stuff. Ad revenues are bust because we try to not swear, and when we swear, they do that limited ads thing on our videos, right? And Duncan and I have talked about it, and we tried it, but end of the day, the ad rev's kind of wank, so we sort of don't bother, and we just go with the donations and stuff to try and to make it sort of viable.
Yeah.
And they never shut us down. It's never kind of like a hard no. Because like tonight we had Duncan reading 50 Shades. Like we say the heavy swears all the time.
Yeah.
That's fine. But if you show a pencil dick, that is they will come in and shut. Yeah, boom, done. Like I can say, for example, imagine a 9-inch greasy cock going in someone's ear, and this stream is fine.
Yeah.
Like no one will shut it down. But if he draws a floppy one popping out a kilt, motherfucker, what did you do? We have to come in and close that down.
You bring up a very good point there, sir, which is a lot of people don't realize the amount of money that goes into making YouTube videos. Like, a lot of people don't realize that even this right here, right now, you're hemorrhaging money just by doing it. Because if you really think about it, yes, you're using your internet, you're using electricity for your computer, but also look at the lighting. Like, especially with Richard, like your fucking electricity meter must be going woo.
Luckily, LEDs burn less, but yeah, back in the day we used to use halogens. When I was first in uni, we used to use before LEDs came in. We used to use halogens for everything, and they used to give you like these chainmail gloves to handle them because they got so hot, and we used to blow halogen. And you blow the bulbs constantly. You have to buy the new bulbs and stuff, and it's better. But yeah, dude, I mean, like tonight, I've put this LED strip in the room, which makes that a bit easier, and I've started to lay off the LEDs and put the practicals in. So I've only got one LED at the moment. But because I'm not working, I'm using all this equipment that I bought for work. This is like my professional equipment that I've invested in for doing corporate videos, which I'm using for the streams because I might as well.
Yeah,
right?
so
So I've done all that
I remember you
outlay
saying
and
that
shit.
to me in the WhatsApp group. Like, you've bought all this new stuff, and because 2020 has been the shit kicker of the year it has been, you can't do fuck all with it. You know, like there's nothing worse than being a creatively minded person and having all these limitations and restrictions on you. Like, I mean, not to make
this has been a good outlet. This has been a good outlet because I've been putting loads of effort into lighting the streams.
Like, not
because I might as well, because I love lighting stuff, so I might as well light something. So it's like I'll light the stream nicely, you know.
Not to make it about myself by any fucking means, even though it's very fucking easy to. Like, I know that from a fact because whenever I came over to do the It Ain't Broke episodes with you both, like, you're using light boxes and that sort of thing and using color gels and all that. And like, we have light boxes for the Doctor Who and the BattleBots reviews that me and Anthony do. And I mean, I can't even go near my fucking electricity meter because it's just going like the amount of fucking money that you spend on these things. And like, again, I can't even imagine what the fuck it would be like, but I know for a fact I've invested so much money in fucking cameras and equipment and that sort of thing. And it got to like September, I think it was, and I was ready to fucking burst. And I just went, look, and I said to Anthony, and for people that don't know, Anthony runs the channel Two Penny Milk 8908. And he's my brother in arms. He is the Duncan to my Richard, shall we say.
He was in the chat earlier, man. Anthony's a fucking good dude.
He's a great guy, man. Before. And like, bless him to fuck, like, but like I said to him, man, these restrictions are coming to a fucking end. We need to fucking do something. I'm gonna fucking explode. I've been staring at the same fucking walls. I repainted these fucking walls this year because I knew for a fact, like, all my actual job, my real proper job, I'd be doing that sitting right here. All my YouTube stuff, I'd be editing it sitting right here, and I can't have that fucking blue color scheme staring at me. I'll go fucking mad. So fortunately enough, like, he was like really, really supportive, and he went, okay, let's just go out and film fucking something, and that turned into that Christmas special that I made. But like, to have spent that amount of fucking money on all this professional high-end equipment, stuff that could be used for filming wedding videos, for filming, holy fuck, man, like the RAF planes landing at an airport, holy shit, I'd be there fucking tomorrow if I could be. But
if it wasn't for my family situation,
yeah, if it wasn't for like you having to self-isolate, if it wasn't for COVID and fucking general, like, that blows my fucking mind. Like, how the fuck can anyone be expected to fucking put up with this? And do you know what? Fair fucks to the pair of you, because you've managed to find an outlet for that. yes, it's not the full outlet that this was originally intended for. And I know there's a lot of people that watch this channel and go, "Oh my god, Eddie and Brooke's fucking great. When's that coming back? Oh my god, this is fucking class. When's this coming back? Risky Quizmas even." But the fact that you've managed to take something like these live streams, and I take it it's been very similar to what I went through over the summer, where you're kind of learning as you go with OBS.
Oh fuck yeah!
Yeah,
Oh my god! I said to Duncan earlier, the one thing I said to Duncan today was like, because if you look at our very first streams, we threw those together. So like me and Duncan were, because I had a missus at the time and I was staying with her at the start of lockdown.
Yeah.
And that went south, but let's not talk about that. But I was Duncan and I, because Duncan, like, we met in a car park in March to hand off some posters, but I've not spoken to Duncan in person since what we did when we did the Conversation Hat episodes, and Toby, was that like February or something?
Yeah. I mean,
right?
Yeah, that was the last time we were under the same roof.
Yeah. And so Duncan and I, like, Duncan is my partner in crime. We're very close. Like, we're really good friends. Like, it's this really close knit thing. It's a really lovely thing that we have, because we were forced, like, initially we were forced to work together, like, because of our background, but we've become like really good close friends. Like, I adore this man.
No,
you know, like,
right back at you.
You can track the evolution of the friendship. Like, well, I mean, not now you can't, but I mean, at the time you could sort of track that. I can't speak for everyone, but for myself, that's what attracted me to watching your content in the first place, was the fact that, like, I look at it like a chemistry sort of angle. Like, can you bounce off the other person? Can they take that and throw that back to you? Can you take that and then throw it back to them, and so on and so forth?
Yeah.
I think
you can't bottle
like
that.
the two of you are that diverse enough that you can. And like, what I love particularly, not to get into a fucking Val Verde love fest or anything like that,
Please
or
do.
go like, "Oh, look at me,
You should.
But what's lovely is that Duncan has that angle of, okay, I've been on movie sets, I'm an actor, and I filmed this and I've done this, and I can come from it from that angle. Oh, but here's something extra. I've got the voices, and I can do like different impressions of different people and that sort of thing. And like, Richard, what I love about yourself is that you bring that crude level of humor, which is fucking
Can I just say, Richard is a very well educated man who chooses to live in Philistinic squalor.
But you see,
So that is,
yeah.
You didn't let me.
No, but it's true.
What I love the most about that is that Duncan can come in with something a little bit highbrow, Richard can come in with something lowbrow, and the two of you kind of like taught each other up. Because in this day and age, it's not enough just to go, okay, this is me, this is my certain stick. You need an opposing stick to kind of work together and create something that is as marvelous and as extraordinary, not just as Val Verde, but as your friendship too. And what really hammers it home is the fact that, yeah, while Richard comes in with like the puerile sex jokes and what have you, he's also got the talent as a cinematographer behind him as well, because you've created some truly extraordinary and gorgeous videos. I mean, like your review of Night of the Living Dead, the 1990 movie, that is fucking perfect. Because
Duncan was the cameraman.
I shot that, but it was under the tutelage of Richard. I have to.
But there you go. You see, so the two of you complement each other, and that's what works so fucking well about this channel. It's a criminally underrated fucking channel, and it's so hard in a plethora of voices all screaming out at the same time, "Notice me, senpai." Like you two are the ones that are sitting there going, "Do you know what? If you noticed us, that would be fucking nice, but we're here primarily to enjoy each other's company and enjoy the company of our fucking subscribers." And I think like that is the mindset. Anthony taught me all about that fucking mindset a long fucking time ago. Because before that, I was in that mindset of going, need to get back to 50k subscribers, need to get up there, need to fucking get back to it. And Anthony said, fucking relax, mate. Why the fuck are you killing yourself? Why are you hemorrhaging fucking money buying all these prop replicas to fucking review when you could sit at a table with me and chat shit about fucking robots? You know?
I think, I agree with you on that. I mean, I think we kind of, we certainly started this channel, you know, I mean, I not to go over old ground, but, you know, we left where we came from acrimoniously, and it was a thing for us, I think, from the outset. It was like we came from somewhere that was around 100,000 subscribers. Now we're back down to the bottom again. But you know what? Like Richard and I have been, I think very quickly, I think we realised that sub counts ain't all it's about. And you know what? If that's all you have, you're not having fun. I mean, I think the point is that he and I, the good thing is that we both have a foothold in the industry that we want to be in. Richard's a very talented videographer, cinematographer, director. I work in film as an actor and producer, and so we don't need.
I mean, he's fine as an actor.
I'm okay.
He's not. He's brilliant.
Some would say award-winning, and those people would be the people who gave me awards. But that's really not relevant.
In all fairness, not to cut you off or anything like that, but I did put up a post today promoting this live stream, and I did call you award-winning actor Duncan Casey.
He did. And I responded saying,
from Saxon 07.
I responded from the Val Verde account saying, "We're not going to watch this."
We will not sanction your buffoonery, sir.
We were not sanctioning your buffoonery.
But I think it's. I think we were very clear from the outset. Like, actually, it doesn't really matter what the numbers say. The focus for us was always like, very quickly we became better off, or equally as well off in terms of what money was coming in, which was negligible. But it was more about how much fun and how much autonomy and agency we had in what was going on, and that's what it's all been about. And we're much
money-wise, this has always done better for us.
See, like,
and that doesn't really matter. But money-wise, it has. But the fun we've had together has been so good. Like we didn't have the same scope to like go to Comic-Con and stuff. But like the amount our biggest problem is that when we're not recording stuff, we're sitting around making dick jokes, and when it wastes so much time, we waste. Yeah, you were there. You spent a day because there was booze involved. And it's like we waste as soon as he fucking comes in a room with me, or I go in a room with him. We just start wasting time immediately. It's criminal.
There was like Simpsons quotes, wasn't there, at one point?
Probably. I mean. We're I mean, the thing is, but what is interesting, I think we're both very good, because you hit the nail on the head in that I think we're both we're kind of part of this Venn diagram where we do meet in the middle in quite a harmonious way, but there is, in terms of who we are and who we present as, it's really weird because I suppose we present as these people. I'm always making puerile toilet jokes and drawing that out of Richard. Richard is very well educated. I mean, we both went to university, but it's that thing of like, I present as someone highbrow, he presents as someone lowbrow, but actually Richard is quite highbrow and I'm quite low. And somehow there's this like just nuclei in the middle that is this just weird. And we both have different views on an awful lot of stuff, but I think in a way that's a good thing. It forcing that respect as well, that mutual respect out of people. Actually focuses you on what's important, rather.
We craft different characters, right? Because I do think we're fundamentally, because we disagree on loads of really big stuff and agree on loads of stuff, whatever. But I think it's it's classic double act energy, and a lot of it's false because it is double. It's just the way you play up. But you have like this ingrained dignity, right, as a character.
Yeah.
And but I constantly undermine my dignity as a character. Like that's why I'm wearing this. That's why I sit with all this shit behind me. Yeah. Like I'm constantly making jokes about like I stay at home wanking all day. I just eat McDonald's. I drink too much. Like those Christmas at Jackson videos, because like in Christmas with Jackson, like that's a character called Jackson. He's not me.
Yeah,
he's based on the worst parts of me, but he's not me. And I've cooked up a backstory for him, like. The guy Alan in these videos is a kid from the year below him that's shagging his mum. was my joke, right? And that's not evident in the video at all. Nobody says that. That's the backstory I invented. It's this kind of drunken, unemployed fantasist, which, as a self-employed drunken fantasist, I relate to quite a lot, but it's not quite the same. Because I'm not like as scum. Honestly, I've come to this point recently where loads of people in my personal life who know me really well genuinely think that I just sit around eating McDonald's and farting. And like at the moment, like I'm fucking running 3 times a week. I'm fucking eating Greek yogurt and granola for breakfast. I'm getting all fit.
But the problem is, everyone just thinks I just sit around eating cheese slices and wanking. Because I constantly project that, even in my personal life, because I think it's funny. I constantly make references to like claiming the dole and jacking off because it's hilarious, and people think that's what I'm actually like.
Because that is the hardest.
I kind of am.
That is the hardest part to get across, because like obviously you've talked about it a little bit there. But like with myself, whenever I do videos, like, and I'm talking about Doctor Who or something like that, like I kind of formed this character called Saxon. Like it's because obviously like I'm Stephen McCullough, like this is fucking me. But like whenever I make like a YouTube video, like a review especially, I'm not Stephen, I'm Saxon. And like Saxon fucking hates Doctor Who. He's at the point now where like he's talked about Doctor Who that much. It's like Duncan with James Bond. Like I've talked about it to death. I don't really want to talk about it anymore. So like the first chance I get to make a fucking joke that is quite cynical and quite sort of dark and that sort of thing, like that's Saxon. Whereas with myself, like I'm sitting watching it and going, okay, that was fair, that was fun, I like that. And it's so hard to try and convey that to your audience, where like they don't look at you and go, oh, that is Richard Jackson. Like they'll look at it and go, that's Richard Jackson. But in reality, in the context of the video you've just made, you're not Richard Jackson, you're Jackson. You know, so it's so difficult to try and get that across.
That comes from what I've been called Jackson since I was a teenager. So like most of my friends call me Jackson. It's not something I expect from close friends, because like Duncan calls me Rich, right? Because Duncan didn't go to school with me. But there's like this whole contingent of people, and I don't expect you to call me Jackson, but like people from school call me Jackson, like, and I'm just Jackson. And I remember one of my friend's sisters. I've had this a number of times. One of my friend's sisters, I can't remember her name. She was kind of, I was like, oh, I'm Jackson, and then I just kind of, someone called me Richard, and they were like, why did they call you Richard? And I was like, because it's my name. She's like, no, your name's Jackson. So, and another time I went to a fucking thing when we were going out one night, and I was like, oh, hi, I'm Richard. And then we were standing around, and one of them just went, when's Jackson getting here? And I was like, that what? No, that's me. Like, and they were just like, you could see the disappointment in their eyes. It's just like, oh no,
after 10 or 12 fucking beers, Jackson's gonna be fucking here, right? So you just wise up, all right? You watch yourself.
He's gonna be eating a microwave kebab out of a bin or whatever thing. I find that, do you know, I find that so funny. I find there's something I got from Adam Buxton, because he used to always do it on Adam and Joe.
Like, I fucking love Adam and Joe.
I tell you what as well, because I worship Adam and Joe, and I think something that Duncan and I have is like, because Joe Cornish had the dignity and Adam didn't, and it's that.
Yeah.
I think the real life thing is very different, because they're both quite sort of educated and stuff. But you know, you play down the thing, and
I've noticed that because like that's the sort of almost the dichotomy of having a double act, where like you will have the straight man and then you will have the foil, and like me and Anthony tend to go back and forth on that a lot. Like Anthony is definitely the brains when it comes to the Robot Wars stuff. Like he'll be the one that sits there and talks about all the technical aspects and that sort of thing, because it's something that he genuinely knows. He has an engineer background. Whereas with the Doctor Who stuff, I would kind of be the straight man, and Anthony would kind of be the foil, even though Anthony knows just as much about Doctor Who as he knows about fighting robots. So it is interesting to sort of go, okay, who's going to be the straight man in this particular instance? Who's going to be the foil?
Yeah, it's a good point, because I think part of what's kept us off.
Sorry to be back, but I'm going to go bleed the snake again.
Oh, okay, no problem.
Fucking hell.
While you do that, you slack-bladdered.
I feel like we need an intervention.
I think we do. Sorry, don't need a catheter or something. Sean Northridge, I feel awful because I've been trying to crowbar this in for a while now. Sean Northridge sent us €5, or as they say in Ireland, €5. I can say that because it seems like. It says because I don't like plural things.
He won't watch the replay.
Sean also says €5. He says, I'm currently drawing all the horrifying self-descriptions you've all made. What have you done? I'll post the results on Twitter tomorrow. So there you go. And
did you see Twitter today? He retweeted that post we did ages ago when we first started of you and me and the alien invasion.
No,
you see that today?
I'll
Yeah, you'll see it. He tagged you. Like it's he did it.
He showed it to me when we first started. Sean's been around for ages in terms of our following, and yeah, it's you and me sat in my living room, but it's all been destroyed, and there's an alien invasion in the background, and it's cool as fuck.
Amazing.
It's really, really good.
Amazing. I'm gonna check that out. Ben Haslam also says, "Is that the Black Bay Duncan?" Yeah, it's actually Black Bay 58. But there we are. That's I got the call from my dealer, which sounds.
I'm dying to know, Duncan. I've got a slightly better strap.
It's
still I've still got a cheap shit bag. It's my Fitbit, but I got a metal strap instead of the shitty old
very nice
Velcro one.
Very nice. Well,
I just want you to feel proud of me. That's all. Yeah, that's an actual watch for a grown up.
It's a dive watch. It's modelled. So Tudor, for those of you who don't know, are owned by Rolex. They were set up to be a sister brand to Rolex, and this is essentially the reissue of their version of the 6538, which is the Rolex Submariner that Sean Connery wore in Dr. No from Russia with Love. I think through to You Only Live Twice. Anyway, so it's kind of got heritage in that regard, but it's there you go. But it's a hard to come by thing, and so I was able to get one, and I'm very happy about it. So there you go. That's it. I won't bore you with watch talk. But
hey, man, this year I was able to buy a bunch of trainers. Trainers are my thing. Watches are Duncan's thing. I'm not going to pull the trainers.
I got offered, and I was close to pulling the trigger on it, and I might still, but I think I can get it cheaper than buying it new. One of the new No Time to Die Omega watches, the Seamaster. I don't think I have it here, but I have a Bond Seamaster from GoldenEye. I have the GoldenEye Pierce Brosnan Seamaster 300. But I nearly got offered to buy. Well, I could buy one of the new ones, but it was they're like $8,000, and I'm not spending $8,000 on.
Now, this is interesting. Welcome, good friends, to the fringes of the Richard and Duncan Venn diagram. Because...
what cunt would spend that money?
No, well, this is the thing. Because, just to be clear, Duncan's definitely a cunt. I need to make that very clear. But half of our audience are really invested in your watch talk.
Oh, right.
And half of our audience are really interested in my boring 1970s British comics talk. But both halves come into the middle. But it's like the Venn diagram's so close, it's those fringes.
Yeah.
You know, when I do... because if I release a video about dread shit, it will get not great views, but like the people who want to watch it. If you were to do a watch one, all those fuckers would pile in. Like, you know, Angelo loves his watch stuff. Like, they'd all pile in.
Well, yeah, and sorry, I have to say, Angelo is also a fellow Black Bay 58 owner. He has one of these. Because we did the videos with TGV from the Urban Gentry, obviously, who named us his top channel out of 10. We were number one in his top 10 channels on YouTube. But and shout out to him if he's listening. God bless you, sir. But he's a good mate. He's such a lovely bloke. But he came on and guested on our show, and he and I did a thing about time. I thought maybe I can do some kind of crossover where we can talk about the representation of time, and I think we had a really great discussion about it. But
that was an interesting thing because it encompasses a lot of time is inherent to cinema.
Well, I said to him, I was like,
is inherent.
I remember thinking even because obviously you talked about things like 24 and all that kind of thing, but I was like, just in its most basic form, like a cut is a representation of time, right? It's a past.
Yeah, absolutely.
Time,
yeah.
You know? So there was
the famous racist D.W. Griffiths in his film of Trump for the Will. No, not Trump for the Will. That's the Nazi bitch.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't remember. Anyway, D.W. Griffiths with his KKK film invented parallel action. It's a very important movement in cinema. It's a delineation between two separate times occurring simultaneously. No one ever cut away like that, and he did. He's an awful monster. But he didn't. What's that film called? Oh, Jesus Christ. Anyway, doesn't matter. It's a year one film school type thing. Right. But like parallel action, cutting between simultaneously occurring events in a film didn't really happen before that.
Do you know what our example of that was? Whenever I did the media degree, fucking V for Vendetta.
Really?
That was our fucking example. That's the scene we had to fucking study.
Fucking eat a dick. Jesus Christ.
That's
I mean, it's not the worst film ever, but really? Yeah. Really? Something that came out when I was... sorry, I got angry.
So that wasn't even out when I was doing my degree.
Yeah.
Like, fuck you. Like, fuck you. It's fine to refer to something that came out in the last decade, but really?
Yeah.
Like, go... Sorry. Okay, I shouldn't drink this much.
No, I fucking agree. I was sitting watching it, the lights went down in the classroom, and there we were watching a fucking scene from V from Vendetta, and I was like, this is fucking parallel editing? Are you fucking kidding me?
Birth of a Nation! Birth of a Nation, the
course.
D.W. Griffith
right.
racist, vile film, Birth of a Nation, is one of the earliest examples of parallel action in cinema, and it's an early silent film example. Yeah, and it's funny because in terms of like at least V for Vendetta acknowledges those themes. Like V for Vendetta is ironically presenting the themes of kind of nationalism and stuff. Like, you know, and I get that, and it's fine. But like, if you're talking about parallel action, one of the most basic things ever, it's like imagine if like someone's doing a cooking show. And they were like, "Well, I'm making pancakes," and that's the first example of eggs. Like that's what that is. Like, because
isn't what's the so in Inglourious Bastards? It's what is it? Nations Triumph or Nations Pride?
Yeah, they're not real films.
No, but that's what I mean. Yeah, so isn't it similar to? I don't know if that's what that's meant.
It's a bit later, but yeah. So
but I mean, do you know what I mean? Like he calls it Nations something, and I'm wondering if that's
Pride, wasn't it?
Nation's Pride.
Nation's Pride. They're based on the what was her name? Triumph of the Will. Jesus, it was a female director that did films for the Nazis. Inglourious Basterds is very interesting because it shows the transition from the Weimar Republic to the kind of Nazi formal cinema, and that in itself is inherently interesting. And it's like Inglourious Basterds is great, but it's Tarantino having the biggest film school wank you've ever seen. But like Weimar cinema is so important, and that was fed into, you know, the expressionist cinema fed into that, and blah blah blah. And that is why no one's seen my penis for a while.
Hey, try having a kid.
Club, man. Join.
Sorry, I just felt.
Lenny Riefenstahl. Doug Wanacott says Lenny Riefenstahl.
Oh, of course, yeah, of course. Lenny Riefenstahl, yeah.
Because Riefenstahl only died in the last 20 years or something.
Yeah,
that's correct, isn't it? She died.
Yeah. It was relatively.
Starship Troopers references. Starship Troopers is an intensely clever film, and I was listening to the Clendathy drop before I sent the Clendathy drop into our WhatsApp group because it makes me ready for war. But Starship Troopers, you know, it takes the fascism of the book and translates it ironically into a kind of modern 90s film. But it references Lenny Riefenstahl, but it also references all of the American propaganda at the same time, and it kind of draws a line between like, are these things similar and stuff. It's very clever.
Can I just say, sorry, James Liddell. Being someone who appreciates New Watch Day very much, and in fact, my friend Howard is enjoying New Watch Day today, for he has just been the very lucky recipient from his authorized dealer from just at retail price, which, as any of you who know, will be is a very rare thing indeed. He's just been the very lucky recipient of a brand new Rolex GMT Master 2 Pepsi bezel with a Jubilee bracelet. So there you go. That's he doesn't watch this.
No,
he gives a shit. But I know. So, but James Liddell says, Duncan, I'm going to buy a Tag Heuer Carrera 5, which I've loved since seeing it in Inception next month. Good for you, mate. Good for you. It doesn't matter. And you know what? Like, this is what it's all about. And this is what I've come to. So I got into watches when I was like 15, and I loved watches. And then I kind of got into James Bond, and then obviously that makes you a watch wanker, and then blah 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 blah. But one of the things about it is it's like new car day. It's that thing of when you get this new thing and you're like, like whenever I get a new car, I have to drive around and go places and be a dickhead. And I have a little ritual, which I won't go into here because it's quite sad. But I do. I put on the same album.
Well, you're speaking.
Can I
use toys on YouTube? You can be sad.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm going to go in with Saxon because I just took delivery of some Adidas hoops, replacing my last Adidas hoops. It's the pure white colorway. When I get a new pair of trainers, I smell them.
That's
box fresh trainers. Not a better smell in the world. Like once you wear them for a bit, they're gross. But like a box fresh pair of trainers, let's be gross, they smell amazing. It's that smell of like leather and like cushion. It just smells so.
Yeah,
good.
It's a new car smell for a shoe.
You're talking to someone who is surrounded by literally surrounded by aftershaves. I have. Speaking of leather, look, I've got.
Right.
That smells like Tuscan leather. That smells like a new car.
I remember Johnny Vaughan, and this is something I still believe in. But I remember Johnny Vaughan in The Big Breakfast, because I was a big fan of The Big Breakfast. He used to. Well, here's my crossover. Adam and Joe were on the Big Breakfast talking about the Adam and Joe book, which I have, which is quite rare now, and it's very, very funny. And I've stolen all my jokes from it. But Johnny Vaughan's talking about smelling the crack of a book.
Yeah.
And like any book, and I find it particularly with kind of graphic novel comic stuff, because there's different types of inks. But getting your beak in there and smelling a book, smelling a new book, is this wonderful privilege, and it kind of makes a noise as it cracks open. You just get your beak in there.
I agree, man. I think
it's funny you say that, because I did a creative writing course whenever I was 19, where the teacher would talk about that, and likewise, like they would talk about when you get a fresh book and smelling it. They would also talk about like an old dog-eared, battered book with the spines all wrinkled as fuck. Like they would tend to go for books like that because they intend, like the intention is that book has been well loved and well read. So therefore, it must be a good story, and you should.
Yeah, it has like a totemic power when it has. When it's been,
I agree. And smells are so evocative as well. Like I have this. I said this so wanky, but I have this. This is called London, right? And it's by Tom Ford. And it literally, on the face of it, it's one of those things. I'm. This is stupid, but it literally smells like London. It smells like that sort of hot
pest and carbon.
It smells like, if you've ever been on the tube, it's that sort of hot, dusty, dirty,
musky sort of smell.
Musky smell.
But that's the funny thing about aftershave, because it every aftershave, yeah, you can describe it in a way that has to be followed by the sentence, "in a good way." It's like, it smells like old leather in a good way. It smells like an ancient tree in a good way.
It smells like a bunch of sailors wanking into a bucket in a good way.
In a good way. And then suddenly I'm kind of like, oh yes, Paul Smith Man too.
It probably does. Yeah, it probably isn't in a good way. In the case of this, it has some very harsh notes in it. But you know what? I like it, and I don't care, because I'm kind of like, I'm all about like, let's have some funky, and most people don't care. And to be honest, this year,
just for clarity, I do like Paul Smith Man too. When Saxon said a bunch of sailors wanking into a bucket, I was like, yeah, in a good way.
I like this one.
See, I was thinking more Jean-Paul Gaultier, Lamal. You know,
I have Lamal, I have Ultra Mal as well. I don't really wear those much because they're quite, you know.
See, the thing is, like, I tend to base my aftershave choices on whoever I'm with at the time. Right. So, like, there was one girl I was dating a couple of years back now that really liked, like, Boss Bottle. Do you know that?
That was my jam growing up, man.
That's
because no one else had that. I had that, and that was my thing for a while. But now everyone has it. So.
Like she loved that, so I was like, okay, I'll wear that. Like, I remember whenever I was a teenager, you know that red Diesel.
Yeah.
Like she loved that, so I was like, okay, I'm wearing that. And then just over the years, as things progressed, I kind of settled on Jean-Paul Gaultier.
That's a good shout, man.
And that was just kind of like, that's my aftershave of choice from now on.
Mate, so Lamal is the sort of real. That was the big fougère. So it's like a barbershop smell. I have it's another Tom Ford, but I have Beau de Jour, which is like that's the fougère smell. It's like sort of lavender and mint, and that's kind of fresh and nice. And that's man. That's I have Lamal.
Let me put this to you though. Like, what's the best way to sort of put this? Like, say if you're going for an interview as an actor, do you put a lot of thought into what aftershave you would put on?
No, I try and keep it.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. He definitely does.
No, I honestly don't. I try and keep it fairly low key because you never want to walk in a room and I had a very early on when I think it was on Dark Shadows actually, when we went in for the costume fittings. One of the notes on the what we were sent was wear a loose fitting shirt because so you can take it off on and off easily if they need to apply any makeup. Don't cut your hair and don't wear strong aftershave. That was one of the, because they were like, look, we have to get close to you to do makeup and stuff. We don't want to be perfume.
Nostrils.
And so for me, it's always been like a thing of, I want to wear something nice.
Yeah,
but not like destructive. So but I mean, for auditions, it's different because you're usually quite far away from everyone. But
because I've heard in terms of like doing an audition for a role, like a lot of people will go down that peacocking route, where they'll wear something bright and kind of quite memorable, much like a job interview. Where
I'm just going to go pee, guys.
want
You've
to, like-
got a thing going on. I'm going to go.
In Richard, for fuck's sake, get your bladder checked.
I think I get the Camel Award here because I have not peed yet. So,
I know it's frankly freakish. It's freakish. This is my second pee in 3 hours.
It's spirits, man. I mean, I drank a martini and I'm drinking whiskey.
Dude, talk. That was a good conversation. I just really need to pee and I didn't want to just.
No, go ahead.
So I just saying, you please.
Yeah. I think. Yeah. I've always been painfully aware of, like, you know, I've had this from casting directors before, which is like, look, we get people trying to do things that are memorable. We get people sending us tea bags in the mail that when we open the mailbag, it spills out on the, you know, it's like
the Jared Leto route of filming.
Yeah, and it's just like we get people trying to do funny things, and it's like, and the problem is, it's like, yeah, that stands out, but it stands out in a bad way. It marks you out as someone who doesn't have the goods, so they had to do this thing in order to be noticeable. And it's like, well, actually, just turn up, do the performance, do your. Bryan Cranston very famously said this, but it's very true, and I agree with it. It's like if you can see auditioning as you got the job, your job, right, is they've already identified you as good enough, you know, to do the role, because that's how auditioning works. If you're called in for an audition, it means you've been identified as being an interpretation of that role that could work. Mm-hmm. So you're already onto a winner, right? You're already like capable. They've already said, look, based on your work, you know, what we've seen of you, which includes watching footage of you and your performances and stuff, you're good enough. Now we need to see your version of that role, because right now we need, you know, understand that this is almost part of the writing process. This is almost part of telling them how this character is going to go. So your job is turn up, do your performance. You get a little stage, and you get some sides, and you get to do it for a bit, and that's it. And that's all your job is. It's like you're coming in to do the job of entertaining a small room full of people, and that's it. And just see it like that. Don't attach any importance to what comes next. Don't attach anything to the outcome of it. Just go, I'm going to go do my interpretation the best I can, because, and you know, this is a circuitous way to get to, but because they aren't interested in artifice. They're not interested in bullshit. They're interested in genuine, heartfelt performance. I know it can sound cliched as
it's that old saying that acting is the search for the truth.
It's living truthfully through imaginary circumstances. That's how Sandy Meisner did it, and I'm not necessarily an adherent to the Meisner technique necessarily, but I agree with that statement, which is that actually it's the removal of artifice. It's you know, it's the authenticity. You know, and that sounds really pretentious, and I don't mean it to, but it is. But understand that it's about being as authentic as you can. And the problem, I think, people get really tied up with this idea that an audition is some kind of judgment on you. You know, the outcome of an audition is a judgment on how well you did, or how well you interpreted something. And like, yes, to a point, but actually, it's not. It's really not. It's just. Did you align with what they're looking at is more what the outcome of an audition is about,
because it's effectively about being a good liar, to the point where, like, you're no longer telling a lie. You believe your own bullshit, for lack of a better term.
I would say it's about being a good liar to yourself. It's not about lying to anyone else, because you're being truthful to them, but it's
in
about
terms
lying.
of believing yourself, like you are, like, you cease to be Duncan Casey and you become this character.
I don't buy into that. I mean, I must admit, I never feel fooled into thinking that I am said person, because I think if you're pretending that that's the case, you're a fucking idiot, frankly.
Okay, well
did you see Timothy Oliphant talking about that process?
Yeah, and he's right, and he had the same attitude.
Yeah, I really found that so refreshing.
He had the same attitude as like Roger Moore, and it goes back a long way. Like, you know, and Michael Caine, all those guys. It's like, look, we know it's fake. If you've ever been on a film set, you'll know it's like most days. Like, don't tell me that during Taxi Driver, there's a cutaway somewhere from a second unit or whatever where Robert De Niro just has to cross the street. And it's like, did he spend fucking hours learning how to cross the street? Or
yeah. He walked across the street a million
across
times.
the fucking street, you know. And it's like, well, there you go, you know. And so a lot of it is just, but don't get me wrong. Within that, there is still a craft of, I'm crossing the street as this person. I am imagining all these things, but that's internal work. That's not something you put out to anyone else. That's just like, look.
So I have to do this a certain way. I have to give enough gravitas to this. I also have to give enough intensity to this.
I suppose, but
that's sort of all.
Can I read a
You know,
comment?
I don't think about those things anymore. I used to think like, this has to be intense, or this has to be. I'm worried about the performative aspects of this, and actually, do you know what? You shouldn't worry about that. You should only worry about the energy and the emotive nature of what you're doing, and is it authentic to what you're trying to sell within the bounds of, look, the camera's there, this is a mid, or this is a close-up, or this is a wide, or this is a two-shot. What am I, or it's, you know, or this is just me walking across the street, and you know, and just adjusting. I learned very actually, Holly, who played Erica in Erica, I'd always been aware of this sort of like, don't waste your energy on your reverse shots, but she really brought it home to me when we spent a whole day in one location because it took fucking ages to shoot everything on that. And she was like, I was like, I feel like you're on the verge of tears, but you're not giving me tears. Why aren't you giving me tears? And I put so much energy into my performance on that day, and my ones weren't until the end. So it was only at the end they turned around to me, and I was like, fuck, I realised I just used all my energy on this. Because when they went to her ones, she started crying and shit, and I was like, fuck. And then they went to me, and I was like, I'm out. I was like, bollocks. Like, damn you. Like, I realised, like, I'd given my everything to all of it all day. And don't get me wrong, like, Jack Nicholson said that about A Few Good Men. Like, he said, you know, with the, you can't handle the truth. That whole speech, I think Tom Cruise or someone said, like, literally, they watched him all day. And even when he wasn't even on camera, he was giving it with the same energy. And someone said to him, like, why are you still giving it all your all? And he was like, because I love coming to work, and because where else would I get to do this? And this is not me every day, so I just give it everything on every go. Fuck it, kind of thing. So I felt that, but I do understand that idea of conserving energy. So there's always limitations around what you can do, but you know, yeah, that's it. So you can't make it.
Not to morph into James Lipton by any sense of the fucking imagination here, but like something that I kind of got low-key obsessed with last year was Erica. Like, as a game and as a construct and how it was all put together, like, I found it rather fascinating in terms of the technological aspect of it. Like, as an actor in that role, because the first time I'd heard about Erica, I think it was you and Richard doing a podcast, and you'd mentioned, like, you're working with these different actors, and, like, you kind of got that sense of, like, kind of feeling like the minnow in the big fish pond, you know? Like, you kind of got this sense of going, like, well, what the fuck am I doing here, sort of a thing. But like the thing that kind of stuck out for me the most in anything like this, like, because obviously the other big comparison is Bandersnatch, is the script writing process. How the hell is that script presented to you? Because obviously there's so many different choices, which have a knock-on effect. Like, the filming of that just boggles my mind. Like, how is that written? How did you end up as part of that? That's sort of like the big thing that kind of stuck out to me.
Well, firstly, I can send it to you because I think I've still got it on email somewhere. So it was a PDF. It is not. It's so I don't want to. Sorry, I think people in the chat have said shut up, Duncan, basically. But so that came to me.
You shut up.
You can't handle the truth. That's not relevant. The script was a 500-page PDF, which is about 4 times as long as most feature film scripts. And it was not a script. It was a system of tables, like laid out like a kind of family tree, but it wasn't clear. It was kind of like, if this, go to page blah, go to that. And I had said to myself, so it came to me as like an audition from my agent. I then realized that my mate Ben was producing it, so I was like, Ben, fuck yes, like, you know, great. And then on the day of auditioning, I was sat in Spotlight in Leicester Square, and my friend Ian Peary walks in. Now, Ian is a good mate whose path I have crossed several times, but Ian was in Die Another Day as a South African guy who Pierce Brosnan...
On the wheelchair, yeah.
In the wheelchair, yeah. So I don't need a goddamn wheelchair. That guy. No, you do now. I'm fucking... But anyway, so... He's such a great actor. He's such a lovely bloke. But he walked in. I was like, "Hey, motherfucker!" So we were catching up, and he's like, "Hey, I'm going in now," because he's Scottish. In case you couldn't tell, and,
racist.
And hey, I'm part Scottish. I get away with it, I guess. But,
racist.
But he went in and then came out. I was like, "Oh, this is cool." And then I went in, and then as I was auditioning in the room, anyway, the director was Jamie Stone, who was someone who our friend Tim Partridge, who's also a director, had put me in touch with literally about a year to the day before that. And I'd been in touch with him, and he'd gone, "Oh yeah, nice to meet you, blah blah blah. We'll be in touch," kind of thing. And it was pure coincidence that my friend was producing it. My agent had put me up for it. They had called me in. Jamie was directing, but it's one of those things where you could tell it in retrospect and go, "Well, it's because I put in the legwork with these people." It's like it wasn't like that. Anyway, so I got it because I had to do a self tape as well, which my wife helped me with. God bless her. And then I had to do a full-on audition, and then I got the role. They never told me at any point how big the role was, so I thought I would just have a few days filming. And then it was really weird because the director said to me, "Can you come in and meet with us?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he goes, "Can you come in and meet with me and Holly?" And I was like, "Yeah, but okay." I was like, "How?" Right, because I figured I was just a small part in it, and I turned up, and they were like, "Right, so blah blah blah." So then, and I went through costume fitting and all that sort of stuff, and then I bumped into Ben in the corridor, and it was only then that he said, "You do know that you are like second on the call sheet, which means you're the second biggest person on the thing." And I was like, "Holy fucking hell!" Like, that's okay. And then they were like, "Yeah, you need to be available for the next 3 months." And I was due to fly to Florida to see my brother-in-laws because I was getting married that year and all this sort of shit. So it was a really crazy year, and it was really great fun. But I read that script on the plane, or tried to. I thought I'll read it on the plane, and then it was 500 words, and it was like trying to do your times table, and I have to admit, it took me a lot to get through it.
You were chronically unavailable, by the way. I remember that time when you were doing Erica, you were available for your own wedding. It's that's when I saw you. Yeah. It was because there was so much for you to do. It was just he was getting married and we had to be there. That was the time when and you still had did that crossover as Fistful of Lead because you had your fucking Appalachian beard on as well?
I had done Fistful of Lead in the fucking winter. Which not to give anything away.
Looks good in the movie, though.
Yeah, not to give anything away, that there is a possibility of working with Mark again early next year.
No, I told him not to hire you. I said you're a cunt.
Ah, well then it's not happening. But anyway,
It's all right. It's all right, Duncan. I'll write you a cover letter. It'll be fine.
Thank you. Cover letter. It's maybe, but it's not. It may not happen. Anyway, that motherfucker can't cast me in anything in the summer, right? It's always the bleak midwinter. But that was So we had just shot during The Beast from the East. I spent one day with my asshole more clenched than I've ever had because I had to drive my being.
Just to be clear, he constantly updates me about the diameter of his arsehole. That's how I know how he is.
I'm a 0.2, Richard.
Every now and then I just get text an asterisk and I go, "Oh no."
Stinky. I had
a brown asterisk.
I don't even know how he does it. It's not on my emoji. I had to drive from. So I drove. I drove to Shropshire from here, which is really far, and I nearly crashed several times. Then I had to drive from Shropshire to South Wales because we were filming then in a mine. And it was just the most hairy fucking thing I've ever done.
Man, I've been on fucking English roads. I don't understand how the fuck you fuckers don't have a crash every 5 minutes.
I think we do.
Oi, Stephen. The trick is not to learn how to drive. That's what I've learned.
Oh, where's the fucking fun in that? Come on.
So
I don't want a bike. That's way worse. Two cars at each other.
Mate,
get on
bullshit.
Roads.
A bike and a car.
Hot shit.
Try driving a BMW on old tyres in hard compacted snow. If anywhere people have covered, BMWs are real. Well, they're not necessarily anymore, but they were. Mine was anyway, rear wheel drive cars. On dodgy surfaces, especially with dodgy tires, are fucking nightmares because they're fun because the back end will go loopy doo, but you've got no control. You've every chance of skidding into it. Anyway, so so that was my experience. But I just done Fistful of Lead, and they needed to do pickups, and I did. It just so happened that how it fell was I had some days leading up to doing the pickups for Fistful of Lead where I could leave my beard to grow closer to what we'd shot, and then I had to quickly trim it down for Erica that I was shooting the next day. But that was it was a really lovely few months because it was one of those like I felt useful. I was doing.
It was a tour de force of Duncan's face.
Yes,
I never knew what to expect when I saw Duncan. That was strange. When you had that real beard on, it was just like, oh shit, yeah, absolutely. This is not how he rolls. You were rolling out of your fucking Appalachian cowboy beard from time to time.
Well, when we did Comic-Con, right? I think I had a big beard.
You did,
hair.
Yeah, you did when we went to Brum, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's fucking snowed because you'd been doing your Beast from the East shit, but like, it's being Duncan. Like, do you remember we sort of we were in a hotel in Birmingham, and Birmingham I know intimately from my.
Sorry, lads, the corona strikes again. Bagging him out.
Oh, there he goes. I remember me and Duncan like trudging off in the snow to get a fry up. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Like, we were there. It's just like this slow, sad walk, and I think it was that classically British thing. We trudged off in this like The Thing Ennio Morricone situation. Ate some bacon, left the pub, and it was like, oh, it's normal again, fine. And just walked back.
Yeah, pretty much.
So we got quite pissed, didn't we? When we turned up in Birmingham first for that Comic-Con.
Yeah, quite a lot.
And you and I just spent that was so fucking weird actually because we turned up when I wasn't because it's very very British and I've got a bunch of experiences like this, but we went to Birmingham. Did I go in your car? I went in your car, didn't I? You picked me up.
You
and we
trained
drove
up
in your car.
to me, and I picked you up, and then we went. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So the meat of it was in your car, and we sat in a pub getting really pissed in the afternoon, whether the sun was out. And we were sat on those benches.
Yeah, I remember. We had a few outside on a bench, and then the next day it was like blizzard fucking snow. It was
this insane. Like we were sat out, fucking jumpers off, guns out, suns out, drinking beers, and we were waiting for our compadres to turn up. So you and I were there for like 3 hours, quite pissed. And then the next day, sort of went to bed. I snore. Right, a lot.
Confirm.
I snore too much. Yeah, confirmed. Bless him. God love him, man. God love this man because he's put off it more times than he deserves to. But the first time Duncan had to live through that was Comic-Con. He was sharing a hotel room. Turned up in the sunshine, had a lovely sunny booze, and then like ate a kebab or a pizza, and then I ruined his sleep before the Comic-Con. And then the next day was like, let's go out for some breakfast. And it was snow everywhere, and it was like McCready going out with the flares to the shack. And then we come back, it was a weekend at Bernie's too. Like it was just like we left the pub and it was completely fine, and it was just we walked back.
It was a weird.
That was when one of my allow me team Duncan knows already. Allow me to share one of my favourite Duncan Casey memories. My first favourite Duncan Casey memory is when we met because we met at the RoboCop remake screening.
Yes, yeah.
Which was really funny because we just clicked immediately, but we didn't review it together. Blah blah blah. But Duncan and I, when we were at Comic-Con in Birmingham, having enjoyed a longish career doing commentaries, Duncan and I at Birmingham Comic-Con. We got gold passes. We could go anywhere. At London Comic Con, it was like, no, fuck you can go to some places. But at Birmingham, they just gave us the gold ticket. We'd go anywhere. So we had access to the green room. And on the last day, Duncan and I, basically, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Duncan and I needed to steal some sandwiches because we were hungry. And we went into the green room, and Michael Rooker was there, and Michael Bean was there. And something Duncan and I bonded over very early on was Michael Bean. That was, do you remember the
I do.
Fantastic Four Michael Bean?
Oh,
yeah.
God, remind me.
So
tell you a fucking story about Michael Bean at one point. Oh fuck me! But anyway,
no, do it next, because ours is Stephen. Our story is pathetic.
No.
It's fucking. Our story is fucking pathetic. I don't know. So we walked into the green room at Birmingham Comic Con. Michael Rooker was there, and Michael Rooker was holding court, and there's all these people around him. And Michael Rooker is a deeply impressive man, and I love Michael Rooker very much. However, something Duncan Casey and I share in our hearts is Kyle Reese. We we love Kyle Reese. We love Michael Biehn. And Michael Biehn was sat there with his feet up on a chair texting and kind of standoffish, whereas Michael Rooker, the alternative Michael, was holding court. And me and Duncan were too scared to speak to either of them. But Michael Biehn had his back to us. He had his back to where the free wraps and sandwiches were. So basically, me and Duncan Casey went up to the bar and nervously talked about perhaps talking to Michael Biehn, but focused on stealing sandwiches. And when we were doing it, we commented on how both of our backs were quite close to Kyle Reese. And then we stole our sandwiches and left without speaking to him. And apparently he's lovely. And then we sat on the 3-hour car journey home, eating our spoils and talking about how we didn't speak to Kyle Reese.
I've always had a thing, right? So I've always, there's been a few interactions with sort of celebrities and that have happened organically for me by being on sets, but I've never been one of these people who wanted to say anything to anyone because for fear of getting fucking bollocked, frankly.
What's the point?
And I've always,
what are you going to get?
Yeah, and I've always been kind of like, you know what? Like, I remember, I had an opportunity that when I did Skyfall, I had the opportunity, I met Barbara Broccoli, and I. The thing is, right? So I don't want to. Sorry to go off on a bit. My long-standing Moriarty to their Bond franchise was producer Kevin McClory, right, who's responsible for Never Say Never Again and all that stuff. He and my grandfather were friends, but they had started off as enemies. My grandfather had to sue him because he'd done some work for him and he didn't pay him. This is all in the Bahamas. Anyway, and it was all that history of shit with Kevin McClory that I wanted to impart to her, but I was meeting her very briefly on set, on a Bond film, and I didn't want to go my grandfather knew Kevin McClory, because she would have gone what? Get off.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Because you feel you're in such a tenuous position. And then the same thing happened with Daniel Craig. It's my grandmother was a fellow, not a fellow, but she was at Cambridge University at the same time as Edith Weiss, who's Rachel Weisz's mother, and we knew them kind of growing up, and I knew them, but as a very young child, so I remember them too well. But I didn't want to suddenly blurt out, "I know your mother-in-law," and then it felt like him going "I don't know you, fuck off," kind of thing. I didn't want to invite any undue attention. Chances are, had I said any of those things, it would have prompted an interesting conversation. I don't know, but you just don't do it and so I think the same thing was us. It was you don't want to walk up to Michael Biehn and just come in your pants. You just, because there's so much stuff you want to say to the man, but it's what you go,
And someone like him, he's this kind of low-key person that to you and I means so much.
Yeah.
And it's just pretending, I don't know, it's I spent a long time working in hospitality and hotels, and I met Al Gore, I met proper Oliver Stone attached himself to me over a weekend when I was a hotel guy, and it's really ironic because I remember when Oliver Stone came in, and Oliver Stone was quite weird, but he attached himself to me, and Oliver Stone was phoning reception saying, "Can I speak to Richard?" And I was 26, and Oliver Stone wanted to speak to me for 2 days.
Nice.
And it was all about trivial shit, and he was a weird guy and whatever. But something I learned from my hotel days and my hospitality days is that the bottom line is these people just want to have a normal life and be left alone for the most part.
Yeah.
And they want you to treat them normally. And that's how I approached that, because when I worked in 3 hotels, and I worked in hotels for 10 years. And Cambridge Corn Exchange is here, and we're kind of a moderately important regional venue, right? So we had all those fuckers come through. Marcus Intellex came through as a really important drum and bass DJ who died a few years ago. And I met him. But then we had all these actors. We had the whole cast of The King's Speech came through. When I was a hotel scumfuck, and the director, who I had no interactions with whatsoever and don't have a funny story about that I've never told on this channel. But
well, I've had interactions with him as well.
Yeah, and I'm sure they were brilliant. He's a great guy. Okay, fine. But the thing I learned was like you just have to be normal. Like fawning over people gets you nowhere. You just have to be normal because what they want, what they crave, is normality. So I never sort of went nuts at these people. You just sort of act normally because that's professionalism in that sense. And particularly when I was in a certain group of hotels in Cambridge, it was the best one in Cambridge, which is like as Stuart Lee phrased it, it's like being the tallest dwarf.
Yeah, because you guys, I don't know if you were there when Monuments Men was going on, but everyone stayed at Hotel Tavan when that was happening.
That's just after I left.
I was after you left, yeah.
So my good friend Dan Pearce met all of them, and you were on that movie.
I was on that movie. That's where I chatted to George Clooney, yeah, because I was, again, it's a long story. I was there because of the team I'd worked with on Maleficent and Huntsman, and then, yeah. But anyway, I was fucking around because I always do, and I was doing Gorma Pyle impressions that I had no business doing.
Divorced from context, right?
Totally,
it's a Simpsons
like it was a Simpsons thing, and I was like Shazam and all this sort of shit.
Pyle!
Yeah, Pyle and Colonel Clink, and literally George Clooney, and I'm not like he and what's his name from Downton Abbey,
Hugh bloody.
Bonneville.
Hugh and
Bonneville. Yeah. We're walking past, right? They were doing this scene. It was just walking past me. Like there was a bunch of us doing like shooting range stuff, but they were kind of their wands were close to me, so I guess that's how he heard. But he was like, "Hey, go on with Pyle, right?" And I was like, "Yeah," and because I'd literally go Shazam, Gadzooks, and all this stuff, and he was like, "Go on with Pyle," and I went, "Yeah." I said, "I'm going to level with you though. I only know it from like referential stuff. I know like The Simpsons and like I know Futurama did it, and I know, but I never. It wasn't a thing that came. And he went, "Oh, you're British," and I was like, "Yeah, yeah." And then he was just like,
"I'm in Britain."
Well, yeah. I mean, I was kind of like, yeah. I mean, technically not. I was born in the Bahamas, but whatever. And so yeah, that was.
Well, for clarity, because they did Monuments Men here, down the road from us in Cambridge is RAF Duxford, which is now part of the Imperial War Museum. And RAF Duxford was a station in World War II, so it's it's all part of that story. And like Battle of Britain with a bunch of like Chris Plummer and stuff were in Battle of Britain. That was filmed in RAF Duxford. Michael Caine is a Battle of Britain from the RAF Duxford. So the East Anglia, which I love, like, cause the thing is, like, East Anglia is the home of Alan Partridge, but actually, because like Cambridgeshire has three things. Oh no, Cambridgeshire has four things. Cambridgeshire has Cambridge, Peterborough, Huntingdon, and racism. That's what
we do.
That's what. Yes. Okay. Yes. That's what. Trust me, as someone who spent a lot of their career with bus drivers, we really have a lot of that. But East Anglia was like, because we're the most easterly point. The most easterly point to Europe is in Lowestoft. So all those, I'm joking, but all the air bases were in East Anglia.
Yeah, it was flat in it.
Our wartime importance was very important.
We had until recently the only runway in the northern hemisphere on which you could land the space shuttle, but it was broken up.
Yes, yeah. Well, in the 1980s, they landed the space shuttle in Stansted.
Yeah.
Is it the same? Yeah, that was. Yeah. So, we do have that significance, and there was RAF Upward, which you and I intended to do a short at, but then got demolished when we came up with the idea. But we did do a funny video about it.
Which remains as some sort of artifact, I suppose.
No, I've got to say, actually, like of all the stuff we've done, I'm immensely proud of that as someone who enjoys kind of urbex and stuff. The fact that you and I did that, we did a very good day. Upward. I've been twice. I went in 2012 and I went with you, and Upward sat there untouched for 25 years, and they just decided to demolish it this year. So we had a really fun day. It was really fun, wasn't it? Because it's really like for you and I to drive to wasn't too bothersome for either of our houses.
Yeah. No, I had a grand old time. It was really cool.
Yeah, it was a fun day, but like it's all been torn down. Luckily, I've concocted a script based on a thing closer to home, which shouldn't be
demolished soon, but based on our track record, it might be. So whatever.
Can I just say, Doug Wanacott says, we don't have racism in Norwich, where I am. I don't think minorities are allowed in, therefore no one is racist to them. Very funny. Doug, I didn't realise you lived in Norwich. Could we send you a Val Verde Broadcasting T-shirt for you to walk around in publicly quite a lot? For no reason. I mean, I don't...
Yeah, and also... we will send you a Redbubble Val Verde Broadcasting T-shirt, but you need to, when you're wearing it, which is twice a week minimum, you have to constantly scream Val Verde Broadcasting every time you're not in an enclosed space.
And I think also Richard and Duncan are...
The main thing to keep in mind is, what do you think of the pedestrianisation of Norwich City?
Whoa.
Woo! There it is. There it is. Access to Dixon.
Oh, it's a good paper.
I've paid.
Don't shine that light in my face. I've lost a pint of blood.
Hit your target so you'll be fired.
I actually had an old girlfriend get in touch with me tonight on Instagram just to say that she listened to Alan Partridge from the Oust House and had thought of me several times throughout it. So I was like, is that a compliment? I don't know.
I think so. I think there is an innate thing. So the beautiful thing about Alan Partridge, is that he exists in that space between what we're really like and what we could be like. And I think, yes, obviously it tips over into absurdity, but it is that sort of... There's so much truth in all of it.
Duncan and I live our lives by Partridge.
See, the thing is, I find
we really do.
I am wearing a turtleneck.
You really are. A tactical turtleneck.
I find it so fucking easy, as even from a YouTube point of view, to go down into the underworld of Partridgeisms. And it's so hard. You almost catch yourself halfway through going,
let me pull you some raw data.
You need to relax a little bit.
I'm going to pull you some raw data, right? Because we had a weird thing happen and I kind of get it. But Duncan and I one day, because one of our we used to do those kind of Val Verde off the record chats.
Yeah.
And we did a Val Verde Partridge special. And I'm certain the way that occurred on the day, I've just pulled it up on YouTube to look at it, but the way that occurred on the day was Duncan and I talk about Partridge so much when we're not talking about anything, because we just constantly do references to it. And it's tedious, but for Duncan and I's kind of interaction and friendship, it's really important because it's just this awesome shorthand to something that's funny. When it's not funny at all, you just say something and both of us are going to laugh. Whatever. And one day we kind of thought, okay, we're going to talk about Partridge, because Duncan and I's kind of It Ain't Broke stuff quite often was based on, we literally sometimes, I hate to admit this, we would sometimes turn up on the day and decide what we're going to talk about, didn't we?
Yeah.
Quite a lot.
Yeah.
One day we turned up and said, let's just talk about Alan Partridge as a generality without any kind of real focus. And that got 5,500 views.
Wow.
And that was 28th of October last year, so it's just over a year old. And it's something that we didn't focus on, we didn't plan, we just did because we're boring cunts that like Alan Partridge. But that hovered at our usual view count. It got up to about 1,000, and it sat there, which we normally expect to do about 1,000 in a few days when we get our videos out, which is a very privileged position. We're very lucky to have that. But then it suddenly shot the fuck up, and I don't know, clearly someone shared that in a Facebook group or on a thing, but people wanted that Partridge content, and it was just us cunts talking about Partridge. And 5,500 views for our It Ain't Broke, that's big. That's we normally get about Duncan 1,500, 2,000 for It Ain't Broke.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. And this one shot up, and I still
really sort of Dunning-Kruger-ish.
See, that's the weird thing about YouTube, because whenever YouTube first started, it was for just people with a camera going, "Hi, my name's Doug. I like The Simpsons. Chief Wiggum's my favorite character. Here's all my favorite parts of Chief Wiggum," and then that was it. Or
oh, hey, away, Ty.
It kind of became this YouTube version of You've Been Framed, where it was like, okay, like here's a wedding and the bride's falling into the cake, or and then for some reason people got it into their heads that YouTube was the equivalent of a television channel, where everything has to be clean, everything has to be polished, everything has to be high end and properly scripted and quite tight. And that worked for a little while. But I think no matter what form YouTube takes on, it will always remain that quick little video where you just sit and talk about shit that you like.
This Christmas,
and people can watch
bring
it
your
and go,
backstory
I like
to
that
life.
shit as well.
Ancestry.
And that's literally what it will always be, because I've noticed no matter how much work or how little work I put into something, you cannot predict how well it will do. Like my highest viewed video, and I'm out and out, I'm a Doctor Who channel, because I called myself Vote Saxon 07, and everyone kind of looks at it and goes, oh, you're a Doctor Who channel. My highest viewed video is a Toy Story video, where I'm talking about the Woody and the Buzz that I had whenever I was coming up and that sort of thing, and how I played with them and how I interacted with it. That has over 1 million fucking views. On a
1 million views.
On a Doctor
man. Like, our biggest video, weirdly, I think, is the two ones that dominate. Like me and Frank did Rambo 4, which got like 10,000 views, and then me and Toby did Star Wars, which got like 15,000. Oh no, me and Toby did Star Wars did 12,000, but it was the Fistful of Lead trailer. Yeah. Fistful of Lead got like 15,000.
Like by all means,
but nothing
I'm
else.
I'm not going to sit here and turn this into a pissing contest like a lot of YouTubers seem to.
Oh no, we're not going to compete. We're not going to compete with you when that happens, man.
My point is that you can't predict it. Like that Toy Story video I put together does not have the amount of editing work and production value that, say, a Doctor Who review would have, or like a BattleBots episode review would have. Like, I mean, me and Anthony are going through the new season of BattleBots right now as we speak, and that takes about a full day to put together. Like in terms of the editing, the back and forth between me and Anthony, the wide shots. The intercuts where we're sitting, watching the episode and reacting to it live, the graphics, the intro, all of that takes a full solid 24 hours to put together. And I mean, our last episode got like 1,600 views, so like it's so hard to predict in terms of what will be successful. And I think that the biggest sort of thing for like even people watching this now, because there is a difference between people who watch YouTube and people who upload to YouTube. They don't see the amount of fucking work that goes on behind the scenes. Like, it's fucking extraordinary, the amount of work that goes on behind the scenes. Like, even for something as simple as this live stream. Like, you guys can sit and watch this and go, oh, that's a live stream with Richard Duncan and some Irish drunken twat that needs to use the toilet every 5 minutes. Whereas... Like,
speaking of which, I really need to use the toilet.
No!
Oh!
It's time.
Hold on.
It's time.
Wait, hold on.
Break the seal.
Yeah, Duncan. I just to be clear, please go piss, but you deserve a trophy. It is fucking 22:16. This cunt dialed in at 5 to 7. Like, he's going to be pissing for 3 hours, and that is a laudable.
Yeah.
Like, Jesus Christ. Like, I've been back for 2. Saxon's been for 57p.
58.
58, sorry. I apologize.
That's the secret.
Bless him.
He,
more pisses than I've eaten marshmallows tonight. Fuck's sake.
Duncan was going to sign off at 9:30, and it is 10:15. So he's 45 minutes overdue. So when he comes back, I'm going to ask him if he wants to sign off. Because Casey has just had a daughter. Like, Casey is popping out for looking after a child, and he's got a wife and shit. Like, me and Saxon are weird, childless, single weirdos.
No, we are fucking what is it? Bachelors. We are bachelors about this.
That's right. The thing is, mate, you're 30 and I'm 37 on Saturday.
That's right.
And when I'm doing it, it's not cool. Cheers, man. But you're 30. You're cool. I'm a fucking weird loser. That is. Well, I've embraced that. It's fine. It's what I am. Look at this shirt. This is a weird loser shirt. Don't worry about it.
No, absolutely not. Like, me and Anthony have had this fucking conversation over and over again. Like, by this stage in my life, like, say 10 years ago, I was thinking married, kids, proper career. And now that I'm 30, like, I'm fucking single. I have my own home. I have my own dog. I have a marginally successful YouTube channel. I'm fucking happy just being me. Like, don't read your life like someone else's bus schedule. Read your life based on.
Okay, dude, let's do that again. You've got your own house. You've got your own dog. You've got your own marginally successful YouTube channel. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Cool. I have 0 out of 3 of those.
But see, that's the thing. That's what I learned so long ago. Comparison is the theft of joy.
Well, yeah, fair. Fair.
Are you happy, sir? Are you happy with the life that you have?
Yeah, sure.
Right, well then there you go. That's all you need. Who gives a fuck? That's the lesson that I've had to learn. Right.
Okay.
Everything, my entire 20s has been nothing but a fucking learning experience, where I've been like, okay, this seems like it's got a fairly solid foundation to it. I can move on from this. But at the same time, it's like, well, no, it's not. Nothing lasts forever. Be thankful for the things that you have while you fucking have them, because you might not have them forever. And that doesn't matter if you have a steady job and a wife and a kid, or that doesn't matter if you're in rented accommodation with a flatmate. It literally doesn't fucking matter. Like, whenever you're older, none of this will fucking matter. As long as
you are slightly younger than my little bro.
But it doesn't matter. Like, you can go to like I'm thinking of this in the grand scheme of things, because obviously, like, I've had like close family members pass away, and I've been at their fucking bedside. And the thing that I learned from all of that is, can you go to your deathbed? Can you be lying there with the life leaving your body going, I'm happy? That is what counts. Not what fucking
gotta
society
say,
tells you.
Like Steve, man, you've lived through some shit, mate. You've lived a life.
I have, but I'm not going to sit here and let that.
Can I just say, I need to point out something really, like, the first time I met Stephen, and this is really huge to me, actually. This is a really important thing that happened to me the first time I met Stephen. So you came to Cambridge to do shows with me and Duncan 2 years ago, because I just broke my leg. So it was January or February. Like, you came over on the early flight from Dublin and stuff. Yeah. We went for a fry up in BLD on Mill Road in Cambridge. It stands for breakfast, lunch, dinner.
Good.
It's a very good acronym. Yeah, it's great, and it's an acceptably cheap Turkish fry up. It's beautiful. It's everything I need. It's all I want. I discovered that Stephen suffered from an eye condition called keratoconus or keratoconus if you're lazy. Yeah, well, people go like, oh, it's like keratoconus, ha 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 ha.
Yeah.
And I go, ha 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 ha, there's no cure. Isn't it funny? But I was diagnosed with keratoconus when I was 21. Like, Casey, you know how blind I am, yeah?
Yes.
Like, Duncan knows, you know how blind I am. Stephen had the same condition. The only kind of cure is a corneal transplant.
That's
right.
right.
What you've had, and
you're
and from what you explained to me is that your late parents really fought for you to get that transplant.
Yeah,
right.
Like 100%.
Yeah.
Like, genuinely, it's almost like having two lives, where your first life is you see the world as one sort of form, which is really fucking bizarre. Like,
yeah,
like,
because it's blindness. It's insane.
It is. Like, I mean, it's so weird, because, like, I remember the first time I discovered I had keratoconus, before I even knew the term or whatever the fuck it was. I was sitting in science class. You know what those old overhead projectors you used to have in school?
Mm.
And, like, the fucking science teacher was projecting the shit on the board that you had to write in your science book. And I was looking at it going, what the fuck does that say? And I was asking people and shit like that. And, like, the science teacher brought me to the front of the fucking class.
Yeah. They make you sit in the front row to look at the fucking thing.
It was like something out of fucking Alan Partridge, you know, like, oh, a chalk penis on my back. You know, like, it was the equivalent of that, where you're sitting going, I can't fucking see. And the fucking science teacher was going, well, go to the fucking opticians and get some glasses, you blind fuck. So, like, I go to these opticians, but they were a family friend opticians. They weren't like Specsavers or Vision Express or anything like that. And I go in there, And the guy's like, okay, look, let's check your eyesight. And I was going, yeah, I can sort of see that. I can sort of make that out. He gave me these glasses that were as thick as milk bottle bottoms, like real fucking holy shit, Professor Farnsworth style glasses. And I put them on, and genuinely, the pavement was scraping my nose. I was walking around going, what the fuck reality am I in? Like, it was that sort of thing where, like I take it a normal person looks at a TV that's switched off, and it has that little red LED in the corner, and all they see is one little red light. I'm seeing a full fireworks display.
Yeah, but Stephen, and it's so hard to explain because people just don't understand.
You know what it is?
Like, because that little red dot to us is this huge thing that dominates your whole vision.
It's a fireworks
it blurs
display,
everything
man.
out.
Like
Dude, it was a fireworks display, and that's every street light, it's every car, it's every phone, it's every television, it's every lamp, it's every light bulb. It's insane.
Yeah.
And the thing is, because it's such a minority of people that experience it, nobody knows what it's like. It's the most frustrating thing. It's so frustrating.
The closest I have come to showing people what the fuck it is that I was seeing before I had the surgery was get a camera at a low shutter speed and move your hand as you take the picture. That is what you see.
Yeah. Because there's no Photoshop that does it.
Yeah. Like,
so I was diagnosed when I was 21, when I was at uni, and I really pissed off a fucking optometrist because they were really annoyed. I was diagnosed when I was 21 with keratoconus, and I went for a really long time without wearing contacts. So, did you used to wear the
gas
RGB lenses, the hard lenses?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when I met you, when you started describing it, I whipped out the contact lens case, right? You remember?
Yeah.
I was just like, dude, like, what the fuck? Because Stephen has had the transplant, which is one way to do it. I've not had that. So every day I have to wear the lenses in case my eyes get angry, which happens. And you get conjunctivitis, right? Because you've had the transplant.
I get conjunctivitis, yeah.
Yeah. So either you have the transplant and get conjunctivitis, or you have the lenses and your eyes get angry, and you have to take eyes off of being. You have to take days off from being able to see.
The thing is, right? So I take it you were 21 when you were diagnosed, and you were given the gas permeable contact lenses.
No. I was given glasses.
You were given,
and then I was given soft lenses, and then I was given RGP lenses when I was like 25.
Right.
And they didn't take. Because back when I was 25, when you were 3, I don't know, that they were like the size of they were size of a urethra, and they didn't sit on the eye, and then they made them bigger. So I finally took the full size lenses when I was 29 or 30. Was the first time I was able to see as an adult.
Because my story is so fucking bizarre when it comes.
Sorry, Duncan, I love you.
But when it comes to this
pair of freaks,
I will agree with that statement.
I'm kidding. It sounds awful, man. I mean, I've been blessed with. I've always had. Richard and I shared a dentist issue story earlier, which I won't go into. But for the most part, my teeth have always been perfect, and my eyesight's always been something like 4 times 20/20 vision. That's why I was always encouraged to be a pilot by my.
I would like, because what we would usually do was like when Duncan came to mine, we would film all day and he'd drive home. But when I came to Duncan's, I would stay over because I don't drive and take the train home.
Yeah.
And then Duncan would have to deal with me before I put my lenses in first thing in the morning. So I'd be walking around Duncan's house like bumping into shit and just being a blind cunt.
Yeah.
Is that Stephen and I are talking about this? Honestly, like the point I'm trying to make is that Stephen represents this insanely specific thing for me because I literally never met anyone who suffers from the same illness as I have in my whole life. I may have met them, but we didn't know about it. But him and I were like, "Oh, dude, you have the same thing." Like, Stephen? How many other keratoconus patients have you met ever?
Just you.
Right. That's fucking mental. Like, I've never met anyone apart from you. Ever. You said it at breakfast, and I was just like, dude, what are you talking about? Like, really?
Dude, I was given a fucking pamphlet on this shit. 1 in 1,000 people in the UK suffer from keratoconus. 1 in 1,000 people.
And that 1,000 are the minor patients. Like, it's 1 in 10,000 have the kind of severe symptoms. Like, so when I met, because you, not only did you come over on a plane from Ireland, but what you did was you started doing the thing that I do,
which sucks. And the problem is, I've told all my best friends about keratoconus, and they get bored and stop listening. They get bored and stop listening because you're going to go like, oh, I've got this thing, my eyes are blurry. And you started doing it, and I was just kind of like, oh, motherfucker, snap, what are you talking about? And because all I had to do was pull out my little fucking lens case, right, and show you, and you were just kind of like, oh, keratoconus. I was like, yeah, man, like, what the fuck?
Because I fucking had that. Because
Dude, I've never met anyone other than you who has the same shit.
My story is so fucking bizarre. Because, like I say, I went to the fucking the family opticians, who were like a little backwoods fucking place, and they were like, oh, "Okay, just up his prescription, up his fucking his lenses."
Yeah, make them thicker. Make them thicker.
Yeah, and then like obviously that didn't work. So I then got a job in Specsavers where I was a lab technician. So I was crafting lenses for other fucking people. And on my first day there, the bosses came up to me and said, you get a free eye exam because you work for us. And I went, okay, fucking that's cool. The glaucoma test where they put the little puff of air into your eye, they couldn't focus on my pupil. And they're like, okay, what the fuck is this? Either we have broken a highly expensive piece of equipment, or this guy's eyes are fucking mental. So they bring me into the optician, and she looks at me and goes, holy fuck, you've got keratoconus. And I went, what the fuck is keratoconus? It was that severe that she brought in another, she was a dispensing optometrist. So she was the, you know when you go into Specsavers and you get the people at the front of the shop that go, hello, we're here to pick out glasses.
For me, I got diagnosed in a branch of Specsavers, and she had to go and get another person in. She had to get the other lady in to come and...
Mine was the exact same, where she brought in one of the dispensing optometrists who was studying eye care at university to go, this is a really rare opportunity, but this is something that will really boost your grades whenever it comes to your final exam.
Dude, they love that. I did that as well, because the ARU, where I got my degree, they were super interested in me because they never get keratoconus patients. Like, they were like, oh, we need to speak this
honest to fuck, I became the most popular person in that Specsavers shop because I was just hired to make fucking glasses. I was hired to carve lenses into something that will fit a fucking frame. And all of a sudden, everyone was coming up to me going, can I take a look at your eyes? Can I take a look at your eyes? So they actually took me to hospital where I was fitted for gas permeable contact lenses. And I put them in and they were just destroying my eyes. I couldn't wear them. So I thought, okay, I'll play a little cheeky fucker maneuver where I'm like, okay, I'll not wear them, but I'll just pretend to wear them. Because I don't know if you've noticed this, Richard, but whenever you have keratoconus and you squint, when you look through a pinhole, everything bemes a little bit clearer.
Yeah. Well, they make those pinhole glasses for that exact reason.
Yeah, so like I was squinting everywhere, and like I was walking around like this to the point where my dad called me something very nasty at the time that I won't repeat on the stream because it's very offensive. But yes.
Duncan, that's what I'd have said.
Something that begins with the R word, shall we say? Where like, I was literally walking around like that, like I couldn't fucking see, and so I'm in fucking this place, and I'm squinting everywhere, and like I'm looking at the machine, like going, okay, like let's put that together.
I know the feel. I know the feel.
And then all of a sudden, one of the bosses came into me one day and said, "Oh, Stephen, are you wearing your contact lenses?" I said, "Yeah, I am." Lying through my teeth, of course, because I was 18 at the time. Fuck it. And she went, "Oh, can I take a look at them in the actual optician's side of things?" And I went, "Oh, fuck it, yeah, I'm not actually wearing them today." And she went, "Oh, okay, well, you can't operate this machinery unless you can see." And it was so hard for me to explain that I can see, I'm not fucking things up, but I'm just squinting in order to actually make my eyes fucking work.
Yeah, because it actually narrows your oh Christ, I can't remember the term, but it narrows your vision.
Yeah,
and it flattens it out because they make those pinhole vision glasses so you can see better as a keratoconus patient.
So I ended up getting fired from Specsavers because I couldn't fucking see. In one of life's great ironies. So there I was in my 20s, I was unemployed. Mum and Dad got very fucking sick around that time because Mum had the issue with her kidneys, so she was on dialysis constantly. Dad had COPD and CIPD as well, which is basically like a muscle wasting disease. So I essentially became a live-in carer for both my parents in my early to mid-20s, and I couldn't fucking see a thing. So Like, I remember one day something rather bad that I'd rather not talk about happened to my dad, and I was the only person that could help. I remember the look on my mom's face, and she sort of went, "You need to fucking see. Like, we're not giving you a proper start in life unless you can actually fucking see, because you can't drive a car, you can't get a fucking job. All you're doing is looking after two old fuckers, and we're not going to be here forever. So we're gonna have to get you something here." And I was like, "Oh no, but no, it's cool because I can make my little YouTube videos and I can do that, this and that." And they're like, "No, no, 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 no. We want to set you up with a proper wee life before we go off, you know." And I was like, "Don't talk like that," and yada yada. So what turns out was there was a doctor called Mr. Fraser who wasn't a doctor, but I like to think of him as a doctor because he's got the years of experience, he's got the qualifications. And he took a look at my eyes one day and went, "Those are fucked." But genuinely, those are gone. We can't fix these. Like, you can wear the thickest lenses, you can wear any type of fucking contact lens you want to wear, be it gas permeable or the normal jellyfish ones. You're fucked. You can't see. We can't fix this. And my parents were going, "Oh fucking God, what do we do? What do we do? Our kid's going blind." So the guy, Mr. Fraser, turned around and said, "Yeah, he needs new eyes. So we're going to give him new eyes." And I went, "What the fuck does that mean?" So essentially, and I only found this out recently within the past year because I went up to a place in Banbridge that had a look at my eyes and went, "Okay, so you haven't had a full corneal graft. You've had a partial corneal graft." And I went, "Okay, what's that?"
Just to be clear, by the way, people in our position, corneal graft of any description is the nuclear option.
It is. This is
because there's Intacs, and there's other treatments. I wear hard lenses daily that I have to have 5 days on, 2 days off to be safe, which I don't perhaps observe. But if, like, for example, if I've got a job, if I have work, I have to wear my lenses regardless of what I've done for the last 5 days. But like, I am at the thin end of that wedge, which I have been for 15 years. But like, the corneal graft is the fucking nuclear option because there is a bunch of stuff. I can't remember the thing where they freeze your corneas. You remember that? I can't remember what that's called. And there's Intacs where they put the rings in your corneas. But a corneal transplant is the nuclear option.
I don't
even a partial.
I got to that stage where Mr. Fraser was like, "That's an option," because I like talking about putting the rings in, talking about freezing it. That's the first I've heard of that. Like, literally, I got to him and he went, "These are fucked. We cannot do anything." And the worst part is, on top of keratoconus, I have another disease called keloid scarring. And keloid scarring is something where your scars will never heal. The tissue gets fatter around the scar.
Yeah.
So obviously with it being a webcam, I don't think you can see it, but like on my arm, like sort of there-ish, you can sort of see like a big kind of bubble. There's another one up here and that sort of thing. Like, you'd see it better in real life. But it essentially means that what I just said, where like the scar tissue heals, but it doesn't properly heal. It inflames and it stays that way. Because I'd had an accident in technology class whenever I was about 11. We were making something or other, and the glue gun had exploded and just went all over my hand and burned the fuck out of my hand. So as it healed, I got all these little scar tissues. In fact, there's one on this hand that I got. I can't remember exactly when the fuck I got it, but I remember it hurting like hell. But whenever it healed properly, and even to this day, it looks like I've got a tattoo of, if you ever watch Futurama, Bender joins this cult of, this robot cult, which he ends up fucking up and he ends up in hell. But the actual logo of the robot cult, it actually looks like I've got a tattoo of that on my hand. It's this little dot with a little zigzag coming out of it. And everyone for years thought, "Oh, you're just a big Futurama fan, so you've got this tattoo." And it's like, no, I don't. This is genuine. This is from when a fucking glue gun exploded or something like that in technology class. So it turns out that extended to my fucking eyeballs. So what was happening was the membrane of my cornea was being stretched out, because whenever you have keratoconus, your eye stretches out to a cone shape, hence the cone of keratoconus. But the membrane was being stretched to the point where it was that fucking thin, it was tearing and then healing itself. But as it healed itself, it was getting keratoconus, or it was getting keloid scarring. So I was essentially getting what do you call? I'm too pissed to remember what.
High drops.
No, what's that fucking thing with, like, whenever people can't see, cataracts. I was essentially...
High drops is where the membrane becomes so thin that it droops and it has the effect of cataract. It
See,
bleeds over you.
I had a version of that where it was healing itself and it was turning into keloid scarring. So I literally couldn't fucking see. So that's why the eye doctor, Mr. Fraser, said, like, no, your eyes are fucked. You need to nuke this and start again from the fucking beginning. So I think it was 2011. I had which eyes? Fuck this eye. I had this eye done, and it healed, and it was sort of all right. I still have a little bit of keratoconus-y goodness happening in this eye. This eye is far fucking better. Like looking at this now, I can see Duncan's face, I can see Richard's face clear as fucking day. Looking at them with both, because of the lenses and the glasses that I wear whenever I'm driving, it's sort of teaching my eye to cancel out the shit eye and only focus on the good eye. So whenever I look at people with both eyes, I can see you both clearly, but you have halos, almost like
the halos of light,
like form around you both.
I think you and I would quite like us to do a video about that one day.
Yeah, I mean,
because
I've done a video talking about keratoconus before, but never with someone.
Another one? You're the only person I've ever met in my life. Look, Duncan has stayed an hour and 10 over when he was supposed to stay.
Fucking hell, time flies, eh?
Yeah. So let's sign off. I would like to make a very important statement. As a young boy, the first woman I ever felt attracted to was Michaela Strachan from the Really Wild Show.
Excuse me a moment, for I must relieve myself.
No, this is important. Michaela Strachan was it sucks so much that he's gone. The first woman I ever fancied was Michaela Strachan from Really Wild Show and Wackaday with Timmy Mallet. And I recently discovered that Michaela Strachan has keratoconus.
There you go.
I discovered that recently. And I kind of went, yeah, I get it now. Clearly, as someone engaging in puberty, I recognised her eye condition. And that's why that happened. So clearly that's fine. Duncan, I'm very sorry for the last 40 minutes or whatever that was. God bless you. I promised you to get off at 9:30. You've had to listen to eye condition talk. I don't know why anyone is still here. 85 humans are still listening to this shit.
All I can say is I can see fine.
Yeah, no,
It's just a terribly boring thing to be, but I'm very fortunate, and I've recognised that. You know, I'm very lucky to be.
It was very important to me that when I met Stephen, like genuinely, the day he come and film with us, it's the first time I've met anyone who knew what keratoconus was that wasn't a professional, and B had the same disease. It was really mad. Like genuinely, like I met him 2 years ago. And I'd been diagnosed 13 years prior, so that's very important to me. But Stephen, we're signing off, mate. It's time to go. Thank you so much for Risky Quizness. I had a load of fun writing it and executing it. We had a load of fun doing it. Eye conditions are fun, but we're going to sign off. So I'm going to smash.
Yeah, thank you, Richard, and thank you, Rich, for doing all this, because I appreciate it. It's been a lot of effort you put into.
I had so much fun. It was. I put a bunch of shit into it, but I had so much fun doing it, so it's fine.
Without a doubt, I mean, like there are no losers whenever it comes to Risky Quizness. I mean, there is me, but
right.
By
which I mean Stephen.
There's quite a few when it comes to eyesight.
Yeah. No, like they're really. Fuck me. Here's me trying to wrap this up with some sort of fucking pump.
Sorry. There you go.
Right the fuck out of it. But no, like, there isn't. Like,
smash cut to credits, cunts. Smash cuts to credits. Better do it.
Yeah, do it.
It's done.
Thanks, everyone. Bye bye.
All right, here we go.